This is a whole course on email marketing for e-commerce brands. It literally goes over the A to Z for email marketing when it comes to e-commerce brands, and it's by far the most comprehensive thing out there on the internet right now. It literally crushes every single paid course out there. My name is Boyan, and over the next few hours, I'm gonna show you guys how I've generated over $75 million in revenue for e-commerce brands in the past 5 years, and how we run the largest YouTube channel when it comes to Klaviyo, email and SMS marketing education. I'm putting this out there for free as I don't make money selling information. I literally just help brands implement. So feel free to use this as a training resource for your in-house team, or if you just want to do it yourself. And if at some point you want it taken off your hands completely, feel free to book a free audit call with us, and we'll be able to tell you exactly what we can do for you and the KPIs we can actually achieve. And bookmark this video because literally it's hours and hours of course content. So you're probably gonna have to come back and rewatch bits here and there as you build things out. Enjoy. So in module 1 of this course, if you remember, I spoke about the 3 main buckets of email marketing. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to build out a content calendar for any e-commerce brand, and I'm even going to give you the template that my agency uses in-house to manage this workflow, as you can see on screen right now. So this template, what it is essentially is we basically populate all of our campaigns here. So if I were to show you like a live example, this, you can see this is like how we manage our campaigns for one of the brands that we essentially work with, and you can see we've used it for a very, very long time. Like all of these campaigns have been completed, etc., etc. And I've just blurred out all of the names for the other clients that we work with. But basically, I'm going to show you how to use this template. And if you want to get access to this, you just want to subscribe to my mailing list. I'll send you this as the lead magnet, as well as you get access to the e-commerce churn calculator, as well as a swipe file with over 250 email designs from a range of brands across a really wide range of niches as well. So you get access to that. Plus, I'm going to be adding more resources. And in order to create this template, you literally just want to click into it, and then you're going to want to be able to just copy it and duplicate it into your own systems, because I've turned on duplicating as a template. So yeah, use it. And if you see anyone else with this system, I can promise you they copied me. So yeah, anyways. So basically how this works is, let's say I want to populate the campaigns for the month of May. What I would literally do is click on add an item. Let's say I want to send a Thursday campaign, right? I would name this, I don't know, like May sales campaign. Obviously you would create like the angles itself. And then when it comes to the templates, I've also built out all of the different types of content you could actually produce as a brand. So, you know, if I were to add a new block, you can see, you can create like a flow, right? It'll give you all of the relevant templates for a flow. If you want to do a sponsored post or like a collaboration post, it would be this video, podcast, whatever like content you want to launch. So this calendar is actually more like a content calendar overall, as opposed to email specific. And the reason why I want to make it versatile is because obviously, you know, you want to manage everything in one location. It's going to make everything super simple. So, you know, let's say I want to do a flow. You can see it auto tags the type of content as a flow, and then you can assign it to whatever team member that you actually want. Media links. So this would be like your Figma links, your Google Drive links, if it was like video content or something. And then yeah, like this would be the flows. You would upload the triggers, upload the filters, and then you would just create email 1, email 2. And in terms of the campaign side of things, it's literally you fill out the subject lines, you fill out the preview text, sender names, and then you write the copy of the body, right? And then you would assign this over to some sort of designer that you have in-house, and they would upload the designed version of the email right here in Media Link 1. So that's how you use a template, right? Because one of the key things to having great campaigns for your brand is consistency. And having a calendar allows you to be consistent because it tells you exactly when deadlines are supposed to be, and also helps you to keep your team accountable. If you see something is too close to the due date and it's still not done, you can kind of really quickly follow up. So yeah, that's essentially how that's going to work. Now, one of the biggest limiting beliefs around creating content calendars that you're going to run into most likely as a founder, because a lot of the clients that want to work with us prior, they were saying this as one of their biggest struggles, which was like coming up with original content ideas, right? Because a lot of founders, because you're so involved in the brand and you love it so much because it's your baby, you kind of have this focus because you think that you need to come up with original ideas all the time and you can't repeat ideas because then your readers might think it's spammy, etc., etc. But this is such a limiting belief that I'm trying to break for you right now, because you need to think about it as if you're marketing to people who don't care nearly as much about your brand as you do. So a lot of times campaigns more so serve as reminders, which is why when we're running things like sales events and that kind of stuff, we're sending multiple reminders about the same offer, about the same topic, right? It's not necessarily going to be considered spammy. Of course, a very, like a sub 1% is going to unsubscribe and churn. That's absolutely inevitable. But you cannot think of repeating ideas as a bad thing, because people are not going to remember that you sent them a email talking about like the benefits of the product, like, I don't know, 3 weeks down the line type of thing. You know what I mean? Instead of thinking each campaign should be a piece of never before seen original content, instead you should think about it as reminders. So I guess the most concrete example I can give of this is if you guys run any form of Facebook or Instagram ads, one of the tabs you're gonna see, and even on Google, you're gonna be able to see a tab called frequency, right? Frequency is the number of times one specific person in this target audience has seen your ad. So if your frequency is above, let's say 2, that means the average person in this segment has seen your ads 2 times on average. And is that a bad thing? Like when you see that on the frequency tab? No, it's not. And especially in retargeting audiences and that kind of stuff, sometimes it goes to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Why is that? It's because nobody cares about your brand as much as you do. And you need multiple touch points with the same person in order to actually convince them to be a customer. So when it comes to content ideation, the biggest thing that you got to do is keep consistent, and then you can optimize the quality over time. Now, how does this workflow actually work? So once you write the copy, you then assign this to one of your team members, aka your designer, and then you would update the status from copywriting to graphic design, and once they design it, they put it in approval, and then someone on your team can get it implemented, right? So that's the entire workflow, and that's how we actually plan out content calendars. In terms of best practice, we found that planning everything out 2 to 4 weeks ahead of time in advance works the best. I know some clients that we've worked with or are working with likes to do like quarterly plans and that kind of stuff, but honestly, we found that a lot of the time, for example, especially in e-com, right? A shipment of product gets delayed, or like this launch gets delayed because the packaging at the manufacturer gets stuck, or like this pallet of product got stuck at customs, and there's just a lot of moving parts, right? So planning ahead too much can actually slow you guys down, because what would happen is you would design content that is like urgent in terms of, let's say, you need to push this product out and you design it with all dates in mind, etc., etc. But then like Memorial Day comes around and you had a product delay, so you can't send it anymore because Memorial Day campaigns are more important, for example, right? So don't plan too far in advance. I would recommend 2 to 4 weeks, especially on the email side. In terms of other content, I'm not entirely sure how you guys want to plan it, because, for example, my YouTube videos, they're planned out very much so in advance type of thing, So yeah, this is the calendar that I use to manage my content for my clients and myself, and it's worked wonders. So if you guys want to rip this, literally just subscribe to my mailing list. I'll send this as the first link in the first email as like all of your opt-in bonuses. And in terms of content ideas, there's honestly only a few ways you can really go down, whether it's a more of a content piece or a sales-driven piece. And sales-driven piece, you can either sell through things like presenting unique selling points, benefits of the brand, describing like before-after transformation type of stories, or actually presenting offers or doing some sort of combination of both. Or you can do other content types like serving your customers, etc., etc. I'm not gonna get into like all of the possible variations of content types out there, but the key belief to have is it's actually okay to repeat content. And if you just have that and understand that campaigns serve as a reminder to convince someone to go back on the website to purchase, then you're basically going to set yourself up for success. And if you have a solid content calendar that is easy to follow and a workflow that works for you, then you're gonna have the consistency element as well. So in this module of the free email marketing course that I'm putting on my YouTube channel, we're gonna be talking about how to write copy effectively for e-commerce brands. Now, I'll be honest, a lot of people overcomplicate copywriting when it comes for e-commerce brands because there's a lot of like traditional direct response-y type of copywriting tactics, and those types of strategies are just not really needed because in terms of writing copy for e-commerce brands, a lot of the time it's just short form design-based copy, which I'll be honest, it's not that hard once you actually really understand your customer psychographic and also just like a lot of the components that actually go into a good piece of email copy in relation to e-commerce brands. So in this module, I'm gonna break down exactly how you can actually understand the core problem you're solving for with your brand and your products, so that way you understand which audience you're targeting and speaking to, and then I'm gonna show you like tactically how to go about writing copy for each of the elements within an email, so that your designers, or if you're doing it yourself, if you're a smaller brand, know exactly how to actually put it on design and create really high converting email pieces. So let's dive into it. Now, when it comes to copywriting, the main thing to understand is that to be able to write effective copy that doesn't sound generic and just like boring, you really need to understand who it is that you're really speaking to, right? So first of all, you need to identify your audience, which obviously if you're a brand owner, you should have like some idea of who that is right now because you've already ran the brand for a while. And if you don't really understand, you can go into your Google Analytics or your Facebook audience analytics to see kind of which age ranges you're targeting, whether they're female or male, and you can see what interests they have, etc., right? But if you don't really have any of that, or you want a better understanding of your customer psychographic, what I'm about to show you is the process that my team and I go through before writing copy for any e-commerce brand to really get to grips with who we're writing to and how is best to kind of convert them to really understand their pain points and that kind of stuff, right? So let me show you how to actually understand your target audience. And it's with this simple research process. The first thing I always do, and I'll show you guys this live by essentially doing a live demo for you. So let's go to Facebook ad library first of all. And one of the products that I know for a fact is like really trending at the moment is CMOS, right? So I'm just gonna search up CMOS and I'm gonna pretend for the sake of this module that I'm gonna be trying to understand the audience of CMOS, right? And all of the pain points associated with it, and then I'll show you how to write copy for a brand as an example. So first things first, you're gonna go into ads library, but you're not just gonna search your product. You're gonna isolate it to the main country your target demo is gonna be in. So for example, obviously the biggest market for D2C right now is the US. And in terms of ad category, you're just gonna select all ads, and then filter-wise, I always like to filter by video ads, right? Because only really like slightly bigger brands can do UGC type of video ads. And if in terms of images, it's not really that telling. So first things first, I'm gonna go over to media types, select video, and then boom, hit apply, right? And this will give me the top performing creatives essentially in this category. So Sunny CMOS, this could be a potential one. So I'm just gonna go over to view ads, and then I'm gonna go back to the original search. And then I'm also gonna look at Superhuman just to find a brand as an example for you guys. So see summary details. Okay, so this person has 85 versions of this ad. So this could be a pretty good one to look at, right? Whereas this one is only running 5 ads. You wanna find a competitor that's running a decent amount of ads, and then you're just gonna want to go over to their page. Once you go over to their page, you're gonna go to the About section and then go under Page Transparency, and boom, you're gonna go over to Ads. So right now you can see they have 610 results, but they're actually not running any active ads. But this is like a pretty good one because I'll be honest, I already know like this angle performs really well. So you can see the
already have a big pickle? Well, what is wrong with a bigger pickle?
So their whole thing is like selling CMOS and Shilajit as like a bundle offer to give men a bigger phallus, right? So when you actually find a competitor, if I'm looking to write copy for this brand, for example, right? I would look at their product page. Okay, I see Superhumans, CMOS, Shilajit. Okay, interesting. So this is their entire product page. These are the ingredients within their supplements. as seen on Shark Tank. So I can straight away see actually this page is very much optimized for mobile. So I'll just like view it natively. Actually, this has something that it's like dropshippers use as like a copy paste protector so that their images and creatives can't get stolen. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna go ahead and view this in mobile form, which is gonna be going over to developer tools and then going under the elements tab. I'm gonna click this so I can view this in mobile essentially. So I'm gonna scroll down 16 and 1. Okay, that's fine. They're running some bundles. Okay, cool. So let's pretend I was doing like audience research for this type of brand. I can see straight away if this was one of my clients,
Rhodiola rosea.
their whole angle is essentially like higher testosterone, obviously because they're selling Shilajit. And then sea moss has a lot of like minerals and that kind of stuff to support higher testosterone and better like hormonal function. So essentially why I would start with this brand specifically is I would just create a Notion page, and I don't really have a template to follow. It's more so this is just like an idea dump of what my findings are, right? So first things first, I already know that black seed oil, sea moss, ginger, Shilajit, like all of these things are really just like nootropics to really help with like hormonal function. So I would just start writing down keywords, hormonal function for men, bigger pickle angle, which is kind of funny, angle, and increased levels testosterone. And then I'm gonna scroll down a little bit to really get to grips with what they're offering. So in terms of ingredients, ashwagandha is definitely a nootropic, black seed oil, okay, got it, okay. Ginseng, that's pretty cool. So basically boosted energy, fat loss, muscle gain. So fat loss, muscle gain really is just more of a, what's it called? The thing to increase metabolism. So increased metabolism to burn fat, right? So these are like the main USPs. Muscle gain as a result of tests. And then intense detoxification, that's fine. So boosted energy and intense detoxification, these are more like perk type of things and perk benefits, because it's not like you can't really dive into insecurities and all of this stuff with these angles. Whereas things like fat loss, muscle gain, and that kind of stuff, and like losing hair, low testosterone, that's like a massive point of insecurity for a lot of guys. So that's definitely something that we can kind of tackle, right? Cruelty-free, clean ingredients, that's fine, that's more standard. Double trouble, okay, so this is like emphasizing the benefits of using these guys in a bundle format. So some reviews, so this is pretty cool. Now, in terms of, I don't really trust reviews on product pages simply because those can be faked. So where I would like to do review mining is actually on Amazon. When can I see results? How many times do I take it? Okay, that's fine. What does it feel like? So if we were to just like get rid of the first angle and then let's say to tackle specifically like these ones, right? Hair as well, hair and skin. Skin is going to be improved as a result of all of the minerals that are found within sea moss. So hair and skin, because it could be an angle for like acne prone as well. So once I understand this, I then will likely go to like YouTube or something and then just figure out like who is talking about the product that they're actually selling on things like podcast, etc. So for example, I might go search like Shilajit just as a broad term, let's say, right? Does Shilajit work? I might go into some podcast. So if I do Shilajit podcast, boom. Okay, so it's very much fitness related. Okay, so benefits of ashwagandha and Shilajit. So this is something that I would definitely watch.
There are certain
So I would watch like a thought leader or like a KOL within the space, like Andrew Huberman, and I would watch like more of the sciencey stuff and turn it into more of like direct response type of angles. So I can already imagine what he might be saying. Like he might quote a study that's like Shilajit boosts testosterone by 200% within 2 weeks, let's say. If we were to take like a statistic like that, we can then kind of see what insecurities are attached, right? So for example, that whole low testosterone thing. So guys might be buying this to kind of help with, let's say, erectile dysfunction and that kind of stuff. Obviously, we can't mention those things because those are like regulated claims. However, you can kind of imply it, right? So for example, their whole ad angle, if you were to look into their Facebook ad library, it was like, do you want a bigger pickle, right? So the whole bigger pickle thing is going to be a big angle for them in terms of like top of funnel awareness for their brand. So that's definitely something something to drill into. And then obviously they're targeting men who are probably a bit like insecure with either their physique or just like sexual performance, whatever, that kind of stuff, which you can kind of extrapolate into, okay, if they're insecure about that, they might not be able to attract the right partner. They might be like really nervous around girls. So you can kind of have angles as, for example, like as a pain to try to solve, right? Hey, the reason why like before you approach a girl, your heart starts beating and stuff, like it's because you actually have low testosterone. Nothing wrong with you. Not because you're like just a bit shy and a bit of a pussy. Like it's actually a biological thing. So you essentially, when it comes to selling people stuff and writing copy, you want to always like divert the blame from them because people don't like taking accountability for things, right? Same thing if I was selling things to help with, let's say, hair quality towards women, right? Like some women have really dry and damaged hair, and I was trying to like sell them on a product like a shampoo or a conditioner that really moisturizes and revitalizes their hair. I wouldn't say, hey, your hair sucks because guess what? Dyeing it 5 different colors from the ages of 15 to 19 completely ruined your hair, right? Instead, I would say, actually, it's these companies that put the chemicals in these hair dyes that ruined your hair. Not the fact that you chose to use them, but it's because of these evil giant corporations. And now we have this holistic remedy that has all of the natural ingredients that is designed to revitalize and reverse the damage, which was not your fault in the first place, right? So that's the kind of approach that I would take to all problem solution type of products. So once you have an understanding of like the benefits of the products, I want you to list out all of the pains essentially. So, you know, a primary pain as a result of low testosterone might be like erectile dysfunction, let's say, right? Obviously that's like a really extreme example, but that's still a thing, right? Now, erectile dysfunction is the reality that they're facing. However, in terms of understanding someone's psychographic, what do you think someone with erectile dysfunction might have as like insecurities, right? They probably will have it in the back of their minds when they're dating, whatever. So like in terms of unable to approach girls, insecurity in social settings, feeling like inferior, right? Inferior, whatever. Like all of these things are things that we can kind of talk about and hint at and imply when it comes to copywriting, right? And then what about muscle gain as like a thing, right? Muscle gain as a result of increased testosterone. It could be that, you know, feeling and looking more confident. And then another consequence of that would be maybe they walk into a crowd, into a room / crowd, and just really is able to control the conversation in the room and the energy of the room, right? And obviously if you have more confidence, you can, and this is like me extrapolating a bit deeper, but as in like, you need to be able to understand all of these things around your product and around your audience, right? Because if someone's more confident as a result of them like looking more buff and more jacked, right? They might make more money, right? Because if you're more confident, you show up better on interviews, on sales calls, etc. You end up closing more deals, adding more value to the company you work with or the company that you started, right? So therefore, you might be able to make more money, right? Hair and skin, right? Because sea moss has a bunch of minerals that improve hair quality and improve your skin. So if you're acne prone or something, this could help with that. And you can say, you know, like angles around this, if you have better hair and skin in particular, because, you know, if you're someone with acne, you might be insecure with walking into somewhere, or when you look in yourself into the mirror, your acne is the first thing that you see, so you assume someone else might see that shit too. So stuff like that, you can extrapolate deeper into someone's psychology, and once you understand that, it becomes so easy to actually write the copy, because the copy is, unlike like long form advertorial funnels and stuff, it's, instead of being thousands of words long, it's only like 100, 200, maybe 300 words. So it becomes a lot easier to write because it just flows naturally to you, because you're able to speak to your customer like they're a friend or someone that you're like trying to help out, right? And you end up having more empathy for people as well, because you end up like really deeply feeling for their problem as well. So once you have this like research doc, the next step is to really figure out like what competitor products are offering and where they're falling short, right? So the place I like to look at all the time is Amazon. So just go to amazon.com and obviously go to the local Amazon of the country that you're targeting. For me specifically, it's gonna be US, right? Just do the capture and I'm gonna type in Shilajit as a product. And I'm also gonna do CMOS as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find some products like this one. It's got a lot of good reviews. Let's say this one as well. And we're just gonna go over to their review section and we're also going to filter by most recent because top reviews are not always like that great. So this product is difficult to get out of. Okay, so this is interesting because if you understand the Shilajit space, you'll know that like Shilajit is like this thick tar thing, right? Where basically it air dries if you leave the cap open for too long, and the bottom like 20% of the product is like really hard to scoop out. So if you've ever had any experience with Shilajit, you'll know that. But basically it's like, okay, difficult to work with. So this is like competitor product, right? So I'm digging for potential objections. Competitor products, Shilajit, and then we're looking for like potential objections, right? Difficult to work with, fine, whatever. And then we're looking for Shilajit, okay, so good. How much lead does this product contain? Okay, so interesting. So lead is one of those things where a lot of Shilajit products, because they're extracted from different regions of the world, people are not controlling for lead quantity within the product and it's not really lab tested, right? So lead quantity, is it lab tested? So that's something that I would definitely look into. Nails and hair helper, that's awesome. So Chris really found it useful when it comes to improving the quality of fingers and nails. Loving it so far, loving it so far. Positive effects, great stuff. Okay, so you see this product as a whole actually has a lot of top of funnel awareness because you can see it's already selling really well in Amazon, right? So that means there's a lot of demand for this. Mediocre, great for energy, but the benefits normally found in Shilajit were lost during the purification process of this product. Okay, so C60 seems to be a purification process and perhaps some mineral contents. I would not recommend this. However, I have found better options to fit my personal needs. Great packaging. Okay, so this isn't actually super helpful, but it did point out that during purification process of Shilajit, sometimes the benefits get lost. So this would be something that we can target, right? In terms of our copy when it comes to emails, we can mention that our Shilajit process goes through a very different purification process that doesn't actually lead to the loss of minerals, let's say, right? So purification process. And essentially, you just would want to spend at least like 2, 3, 4 hours going through all of this stuff, and then the next steps I'm talking about too. And if you just do this over and over again, you'll be able to have a really good understanding of your space, right? So top reviews, most recent, boom. Doesn't work, only complaint is, it didn't give me any type of energy increase, doesn't work, cannot be consumed. Okay, great, so basically this is a terrible product, right? They have a ton of 1-star reviews recently, so this is pretty interesting. Okay, so tastes like crap, right? Yes, Shilajit has been known to taste like crap. Crap, it's very bitter, it's very hard to swallow. It's just, honestly, it tastes like medicine. I've had it before. CMOS, let's take a look into CMOS. So CMOS is something that's also quite interesting because it's quite prevalent in the African American community because I believe it's like a Jamaican or like a Caribbean product originally. It was used a lot in those types of regions. So we're just gonna look into the reviews on this, right? And we're gonna go to most recent, boom. Easy to swallow, no bad taste after. So a lot of it is to do with taste, it seems. A lot of family and friends are on it. It contains many minerals. Okay, great, didn't notice any change. Side effects, lots of energy, easy to swallow. So basically people like when CMOS, easy to swallow, no aftertaste, great for detoxing. So basically this is like a pretty positive product overall. I can't really find anyone with like really awful reviews because most of these are 4.5 stars, right? Yeah, so CMOS in terms of reception is actually pretty good. So essentially you would want to just troll through these reviews for like at least 30 minutes to an hour, list out as many possible competitor objections as you can. So that way you can understand all of the potential things that would prevent someone from buying from you. And obviously this is like more talking head. And you know, outside of competitor reviews, you can also take a look at like Trustpilot, Better Business Bureau, all of these things to find even more reviews to delve deeper into. You can also look into the comment sections of their Facebook ads. And how you do that is by going over to a brand's Instagram profile, for example, and just looking at like comments from like their latest posts. You can also stalk some of their Instagram followers, because sometimes if they're appealing to a very niche audience, you could literally just go on their Instagram, see who follows them, and just like view the profiles of the top people that follow them. Maybe check between 50 to like 75 people, and then you'll get a good understanding of, okay, is it primarily men that are buying it? What type of age ranges? What type of interest? Maybe you notice that out of the 50 profiles that you check, most of them have like posts about motorbikes or like fishing or like something to do with like holistic wellness or something like that, right? So from there, you're able to then infer, okay, so this is the type of individual that I'm really targeting. You can also go on Facebook ad library to search for key phrases that they might be targeting around the problems, right? So for example, when it comes to CMOS, it might be targeting like hair loss, right? So you type in hair loss on Facebook ad library and see what products and solutions are already available on the market when it comes to hair loss. See what some people complain about that. So for example, like one of the solutions to, let's say, hair loss is like minoxidil, I think, right? Which basically is something that you put in your hair and it's supposed to like grow over time, right? Now the problem with minoxidil is it has a lot of hormonal influences and like side effects. Yes, it's effective, but it's got side effects, right? So a lot of people are looking for like holistic, natural alternatives, in which case they might turn to something like CMOS, collagen, that kind of stuff. And I promise if you just spend like a few hours doing these things, the level of copy and what I'm about to teach you next is going to be a breeze, and writing copy is going to take you literally like 10 to 20 minutes per email. But you have to invest the time in up front and know what to look for as well. So let's dive into exactly how to write copy for e-commerce brands. I'll go ahead and have some slides and a deck that I've prepared on screen with live examples of each of the sections that I'm going to be walking you through. And if you actually want access to this deck, feel free to just subscribe to my email newsletter down below, and I'll send you a link to it along with a bunch of other resources in terms of over 250 email templates that you can use and draw inspiration from, resources on how to actually audit your own Klaviyo accounts, etc. And also, if you're a big enough brand, just, if you're a brand doing over 50K a month and you want me to look into email marketing myself, feel free to book in a call with me as well. So let's dive into it. When it comes to writing copy for an e-commerce brand, there's only really a few sections you can make copy around in terms of like your banner copy, your CTA copy, reviews, that kind of stuff, right? If you understand individual modules in copywriting for e-commerce email marketing specifically, building out an email is basically just dragging these little building blocks in, writing copy for these little blocks, and you have the whole email completed, right? So in terms of all possible blocks, it's going to be your banner block, your CTA block, review blocks, product display blocks, benefit highlight blocks, content or story type of blocks. So this is the only type of block that actually requires a lot of copy, and you'll see all of the blocks listed on screen. You can have like countdown timers and featured on for like authority and brand building to ensure trust. You can also write guarantees, and that's really about it, right? Obviously you have like logo blocks, footers, etc., but like those don't really require any copy. So if you know how to write copy for all of these blocks individually, building out an email becomes a lot easier. If you look on screen now, you'll see that this file is the design gallery that you'll be able to get access to if you sign up to my mailing list, and all of these are essentially composed of one of the blocks that I mentioned, right? So for example, this one, you can see the top section is your banner block essentially, and then some content block telling stories around these whiskey glasses, and then this section is essentially just like product displays, right? Product display, product display, product display, highlighting unique selling points, boom. And then obviously if we put these in Klaviyo, there'll be footers, etc. There's also like offer blocks, more story blocks, unique selling points. All of these things you can kind of display in different ways, like review blocks, for example. But you can see like all of these are fundamentally comprised of different building blocks. And if you just understand how to write individual blocks, email marketing becomes so much easier. So first things first, let's talk about the banner block and how to actually write copy for that. When it comes to writing copy for this section, you have to understand, first of all, where the banner goes. And this is why there's this whole best practice thing around like designing for above the fold, right? So essentially the banner is just the email that's displayed on the phone without the user needing to scroll, right? So the important thing when it comes to having a good banner is that it needs to be eye-catching. It needs to convey the goal or the offer of the email, like the intent of the email. Just like how, in school when you're taught to write like a letter, it's basically you always open with, I am writing to and then you insert the purpose of the email. That's literally the banner, right? And in terms of use cases, 9 out of 10 emails will always have some form of banner. It could be a short banner, it could be a longer one with a CTA in it. But the idea is you always want to optimize the banner to the aspect ratio of mobile phones, making sure that all of the information that's needed is displayed without the user needing to scroll, and like the text isn't like cropped off halfway through or something like that, right? Because that's gonna massively increase the amount of users reaching to the next stage of the email. The next block that I wanna show you how to write is just your call to action blocks. It's basically the text that goes into a button, right? Most commonly, it's gonna just be shop now, order today, learn more. And the whole point of this is just to convey to the audience, hey, this is where you need to click, and this is what I want you to do, right? It's literally button text. Not that hard to write again, right? The next section is reviews. Reviews is really important because it's really great for building social proof with your audience. However, most people, when it comes to putting reviews into their emails, they don't actually strategically select the reviews to handle objections. So this is where we can get a little bit interesting, right? So remember the whole research doc that I put together, right? In terms of like the biggest insecurities people might be trying to compensate for with your product. In terms of the review section, most brands just simply put like, oh, I love this product by Lauren from like Texas or something, right? But I love this product doesn't actually help the customer to make a decision on whether or not to try this product or not, right? So instead, you want to pick reviews that handle the objections for you, right? So if hair loss is like a big problem for the product that you're trying to sell and you're trying to target, you want to pick a review that targets hair loss specifically, right? So if I was picking the reviews to go into selling CMOS and Shilajit, I would make sure to pick one review that talks about like better hair nails. I would pick another review that talks about like, oh, I was a busy entrepreneur and I had low energy all the time, but by taking this without changing my horrible lifestyle habits, I was able to have high energy. You see what I mean? Like you want to pick the reviews that mention the core objections and the core problems that your audience might have. And another tactic is to implement some sort of UGC with the actual reviews as well. So like, the review of what someone said with like a profile photo of what they actually look like as well. And you can kind of like mix and match the two, like it doesn't really matter. Like if someone left a review about like erectile dysfunction, obviously you don't want to put their face next to it because, like if you have that as an issue, you don't want your face next to it. So it's just like understanding privacy and all of these like nuanced things, just make it make sense. You know what I mean? Like pick the reviews. Sometimes, yes, it helps to use UGC. However, some people might not want to like have their face tied to whatever objection you're trying to handle. So, pick and choose and use it with caution. The next block that I'm gonna show you how to write copy for is really important as well, like product displays. So when it comes to product displays, it's basically just showcasing whatever product it is that you're trying to push in this specific email. And you can essentially just include this in any email. So in terms of like examples, I want you to really pay attention because product displays, it matters a little bit more how you design it and lay it out, right? So if you want to do a product display that's like row by row because you have like the product image here with the information and a CTA, then you want to do it in one row. However, if you're trying to showcase multiple products, then with very little description, then you might want to do like a 2x2 kind of grid format. Again, you want to be conscious of what it looks like on mobile. So you can see on screen right here, there's an example of a 3x2 product display. This is something that we kind of want to avoid because on mobile, what's going to happen is the products are actually going to look a little bit too small for people to distinguish the text, etc. So you really want to pay attention to how you envision the product display block to be designed before writing the copy. Whereas this one, you can see we chose just like a row by row display because we wanted to add some copy to go with the actual product itself. Whereas here, a 2x2 made sense because it's able to display the product image as well as the title of the product without taking up too much space or making the text too small, etc. The next building block of emails that's also super crucial is benefit highlights, right? And this is quite interesting because you can either convey this through text or you can convey this in the form of like icons. So a really good example of using icons would be something like this. So boosted energy, fat loss and muscle gain, thicker, fuller hair, intense detoxification. So in terms of icons to aid this, instead of using this little tick thing, the brand might choose to use like a little lightning emoji. Fat loss and muscle gain could be that emoji that's like flexing the bicep, and thicker, fuller hair is like that hair massage emoji. Intense detoxification could be like this like meditation emoji, right? And you can also design like custom icons. So that's one way of displaying benefits. The other way is to really write about these benefits, right? And this is where slightly longer form copy comes into play in terms of really tackling the underlying problems and insecurities people might be facing, right? So for example, if I was tackling that whole like acne thing in terms of like better skin with sea moss, I would say something along the lines of, are you someone that every time you look in the mirror and rather than seeing you for the attractive, handsome 20-something-year-old that you are, all you see is just this young man with like an acne-ridden face that everyone is gonna notice as soon as you go outside, right? Obviously that's like terrible copy. I just literally like put it in my head in like 5 seconds. I would refine that into a proper sentence structure, but that's like the general idea, right? And then you want to insert the benefit of the product, which is, hey, actually, it just means you're deficient in a ton of minerals, and by adding these minerals, your acne scars can heal as well over time, right? So that's another way of highlighting benefits. If you want to use the icon way, you can highlight multiple benefits at once. If you want to do the slightly longer form one, I would focus on tackling one benefit at a time. And then comes the content blocks and the story blocks, right? So this is where you're telling stories about your product. It could be like a founding story. It could be just like overall content blocks in general in terms of like documenting like a research paper that backs the claims of your products as well. If you're more of an amateur copywriter, or if you're just like a founder running your own brand, bootstrapping everything, and you just spit strapped for time, a hack for this is rather than thinking about like, oh, okay, what copywriting tactics can I use? What like copywriting frameworks can I implement here? Just focus on talking in facts. In terms of studies show that taking 200 milligrams of Shilajit over a 2-week period increased the testosterone of the control group by 42% on average. Something like that, right? You stuck to the facts, it's a content block, you may be able to draw a graph to back it up, and that's it, right? That's a content block. Whereas if you're doing stories, again, sticking to facts, right? Hey, my name is Boyan, and I started this superhuman supplement brand 3 years ago out of frustration because I noticed that in my family, there's like genetically receding hairlines, right? And I knew that the best cure for hair loss is prevention, which is why I looked at my diet and found all of these problems, and I realized I was deficient in so many micronutrients. So that's when I started researching and I came across sea moss. And back in 2018, it was super difficult to find this, and I had to ask like my Jamaican aunties to somehow source it and then ship it back to the States, and it was a huge headache with customs. And that was when I realized I had the bright idea of just selling sea moss, because I started using it myself, had great results, and then I ended up giving it to some friends to try. They also loved it, right? You can see how this is like, you build out the story, and there's no copyrighting tactics involved. You just stuck to the facts and it still sells, right? And one of the other blocks is countdown timers. So when it comes to countdown timers, this is a great way to introduce urgency for product launches as well as sales events. So if you have a discount code that's expiring in 24 hours, you can back that claim with a countdown timer. Now, when it comes to countdown timers, obviously it's not like copy you can just write. This program that I like to use is countdownmail.com. Very cheap. It's like $10 a month and you'll basically get infinite uses out of it. So highly recommend that. And in the builder email module of this free email marketing course that I'm doing, I'll show you exactly how to actually set a countdown timer within your email campaigns. And the next section that I want to talk about is like the featured on sections, right? So you see those brands that has done a bit of PR in terms of like, if you're in tech, it might be like, I don't know, like Tech Daily or like Linus Tech, that like tech magazines and like tech channels, right? Featured on is basically just as seen on Shark Tank, MBC, CMBC, whatever, right? Or like featured on. There's only really two variations, as seen on or featured on. That's it, right? Featured on is super easy, and then you just slam the logos of where you've been featured on, and that's basically how you do the featured on blocks. And finally, we have guarantees. Guarantees is a really interesting one, and I love implementing guarantees, especially for consumable products, because it's a really great way to reverse the risk for a first-time buyer in terms of trying out a new thing, right? Because most people are scared of two things, right? I'm gonna get scammed and it might not work for me. Oh my God, it's expensive. It's more of a fear of loss thing. So guarantees is a really great way to reverse that fear and handle that objection, right? And you know what's crazy? The funny thing is, guarantees don't really like increase return rates or refund rates that much anyways. So don't be too afraid to give like unconditional guarantees if you're a brand and you're like bootstrapping and you're scared about losing money. I promise you, you're not gonna lose money, you're just gonna get a ton of conversions. And fun fact, actually, what you'll find, especially when you're selling lower ticket consumable products, the longer the guarantee, the less returns you actually get. Because why? People forget. That's basically what it is. So saying a 30-day guarantee actually has a higher return rate compared to a 180-day guarantee, which is kind of counterintuitive because if you think about, people technically have longer time periods to return, so in theory it should be higher. But in practice, what's actually going to happen is if people had a 30-day time window to make the return, they're going to keep themselves to a tight deadline and make the return. Whereas if you gave someone 180 days, what's going to happen is they're not going to be bothered to make the return within the first, let's say, 60 days. But by the time 60 days goes by, they would have forgotten about the product anyways, even if they didn't really end up using it, right? So that's how essentially guarantees work. And that's basically it. That's literally all of the possible copy blocks that you can have when it comes to writing copy for e-commerce email marketing. What I'm gonna do in the next module is I'm gonna write a piece of copy dedicated to this product specifically, and I'm gonna show you how to easily design all of the blocks that I'm gonna show you today inside of Canva. Of course, my team and I are able to produce way more professional and just like better looking designs if we were to do it in Figma. However, this free course is specifically aimed at brand owners that are sub 50K a month. Oh, whoa, you're still here? We literally just made this brand $4.3 million in revenue from emails. And you're still here? I don't know. Honestly, dude, there's literally nothing else I can say to you. I'll let the content do the talking itself, but if you haven't booked on a call by now, I'm hoping you would have taken some of the actions I've shown you guys in the course. But anyways, if I can't convince you with the program and these results, then honestly, there's not much that I can do to kind of convince you otherwise. Best of luck with scaling the brand. So in this module of the free email marketing course that I'm doing, I'm gonna show you exactly how to design really professional looking emails without that much time inside of Canva. This is gonna be a really long video because instead of just showing you how I design an email like as a one-time thing in terms of just one email, I'm gonna break down all of the different possible building blocks that an email has, right? So that way, I'm gonna show you how to design individual blocks live, as well as examples from my agency on how we do things inside of Figma. So that way you can have a lot of reference points, as well as just like a live build. And at the end, we're gonna assemble everything together so you know exactly how to build a highly converting email, right? So I'm just gonna jump into a screen share right now, and you're gonna see I'm in Canva right now. So essentially, I'm gonna demo the samples first, right? And then I'm gonna build it each block by block live. There'll be timestamps in this video description as well, so you're gonna be able to easily fast forward and come back to parts of this video that you find relevant in the future. And if you want access to a file with over 250 high converting email templates that my agency has done last year, then you should subscribe to my newsletter. I'll email you this exact Figma link and you'll be able to essentially just browse yourself, etc. So let's get into this tutorial, right? So the brand that I've chosen for this example is a channel favorite brand, creatine gummies, right? So we're gonna pretend this is one of my clients, and I'm gonna show you how I would go about designing emails for this brand specifically. Now, in terms of the various blocks, right, you'll notice that one biggest a big common denominator with all emails out there is that logo always goes on top, right? So I'm gonna show you how to do the logos in terms of the aspect ratios, etc. And then we're gonna jump into the banner block, CTA block, review blocks, product display blocks, benefit highlight blocks, and content blocks, countdown timers. I'm literally gonna show you how to build like everything, right? So let's dive right into it. In terms of the logo block, by default, Klaviyo templates always has your organization logo at the top. However, the problem with using that version of your logo is that when it loads on mobile, especially in dark mode, the background is always transparent. So as a result, let's say you have like a black logo, right? And it's on a white background. What's gonna happen is Klaviyo is gonna remove the white background and replace it with a dark mode background, so that way your black logo will no longer show up very well. So by designing it as a block inside of Canva or inside of Figma, Photoshop, whatever you really wanna use, in this tutorial I'm gonna show you Canva because it's just so much easier than Figma. You're a little bit limited in terms of design variation, but obviously if you're a smaller brand watching this, you can do it like this and get away with it until like 50K a month. So let's dive into it, right? So you'll notice that the logo block is essentially just this block right here. And in order to get the logo block spot on, what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna create a rectangular block like I have done right here that is 1000 pixels wide, right? And then you're just gonna simply drag in, I'm just gonna make this block a different color or a different shade for the sake of this demo. For now. So then you're gonna drag in a transparent version of your logo and you're gonna see, obviously this is way too big, right? So you're gonna scale it all the way down and you're gonna drag it right in the center. The reason why we wanna do it like this is because when we export this, it's not gonna be pulled or stretched in any way like you would if you simply uploaded the logo file onto your email design as a image block, because what's going to happen is it's going to be stretched fit to size, and essentially the top of your emails is going to look something like this with like this color if it's in dark, if people are viewing it in mobile in dark mode. It's going to look something like that, which obviously is absolutely hideous, right? So I'm going to turn this back into white, and to demonstrate this a bit better, I'm just going to make this specific slide a darker color. So you can see, actually, we'll make it yellow, okay? So just gonna drag this to the left, and you can see if I just shrink down the logo, you can imagine how this automatically, well, instantly just looks a lot more professional, right? As a block. So this essentially would form the basics of your logo block. The reason why we design in 1000 pixel width as opposed to 750 is because to just get higher resolution on the actual emails. So even when you're viewing it on desktop, nothing looks pixelated, everything looks really high quality. So that's block number one, right? Block number two, and again, you're gonna have banner blocks in literally every single email. So I haven't copied in any examples onto here, but let me show you what I mean by banner blocks inside of my Figma file. So essentially what a banner is like this section of the email. So this is what we call above the fold when it comes to designing emails. And above the fold is just like a little technical term that we use that's like, you know when you're browsing an email on mobile, right? And I just have airplane mode off, but like without scrolling, this is the chunk of the email that you're gonna see. So we don't wanna make this too long in terms of the full 1080 by 920 resolution like you would have on an iPhone. We wanna actually make this slightly shorter, right? So instead of 9 by 16, it's more like 4 by 3. Right? So you can see we don't stretch this to the whole of the iPhone screen, and we focus primarily on above the fold. So that way people get all of the information upfront about the email without needing to scroll, increasing your click rates, okay? And you can see this across basically all of our designs, as you can see here, boom, here as well, in literally every brand. This is like a best practice I highly recommend to all brands to follow. So how do we actually turn this piece of copy into something that looks professional and just overall really good, right? So again, I'm just gonna turn the background of this into this yellowy color to make it easier for the white background to show up. and I'm just gonna stretch this out a little bit, making sure it's aligned. So this is again 1,000 pixels long. So this is roughly the kind of width that we're really looking for. So you can see on the bottom right-hand side, you can see the width pixels going up and down, right? That number. You're just gonna wanna make it maybe like 1.2 thousand pixels long. And that's something that I like to start with, right? And we're just gonna drag in the original logo just to give you a better idea of how this will look. So we're just gonna drag the logo block right here, and this is essentially the real estate that we have in order to work on the banner, right? So going over to the brand website, you can see that their product page background is not exactly white, right? So we wanna essentially match the branding of the email to the website itself. So you can see they kind of alternate between this grayish color to this white color on the background, gray, and then their accent colors are this dark blue that they have going on right here, right? So essentially, what we want to do is have a couple Chrome extensions installed. Number one being this Chrome extension right here, which is like a color dropper tool, right? So I'm just going to close out the pop-up. You're going to need a color dropper selector as well as a font finder. So the font finder of choice that I use is Waterfont. Obviously, if you're a brand, then you know exactly what fonts you're using. But obviously, because I'm designing for this brand and I don't really have that access to any of their asset files, this is what we're going with, right? So essentially, the background is going to be gray for the banner. And I'm just going to be able to select that by going here, clicking this, and then just making this gray. So we make this gray, and this we have as white. And you can see it already looks like it's kind of coming together a little bit more. Okay, so in terms of the copy, we first of all need to identify the font before we get started. Helvetica, Helvetica, Helvetica. Okay, so everything is Helvetica. That's awesome. Easy. So in terms of their font, it's all Helvetica. So I'm just going to add a little text block right here. Make it Helvetica. And the thing that we essentially want to follow is we want to get an idea of what their titles are like versus what their body text is like. So you can see for some of the emphasis text, like the subheading, they have a bit more letter spacing. So obviously you're going to want to be compliant with your brand. And for headlines, they don't use bold or anything like that. They simply just use the standard variation. So essentially, we're just going to type in 20% off your first order. And one of the things I've taken a note of is that they don't really use all caps for anything except like the subheadings. So you want to, for this brand specifically, we're going to follow regular capitalization rules. By the way, just a heads up, I'm in no way, shape, or form the designer for my agency, because I am absolutely useless at design, which is why this tutorial is really relevant for beginners. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is copy the code for this, and we're gonna make this Helvetica again. And we're gonna increase the letter spacing a little bit, make it all caps, in alignment with what they do normally, and we're just going to make this font a lot smaller. So we're going to do 24, let's say. Code. Make this 36, 38 maybe. And then they have this right here. So I'm just going to duplicate this. So now that essentially we've done the copy, obviously you can see it looks very bland, right? So what we need all the time is a CTA button in the banner, as well as some form of creative, right? So let's get those things implemented. First things first, we're gonna start with creative, and we'll probably end up using something like this. So these guys have copy-paste protection on their website, so I'm just gonna take a screenshot of what they have as the product image, and I'm gonna go ahead and add it in here. So add it in here, boom. So you can see right now, obviously with the black text against this creative, it's gonna look really bland, right? So what I would do in this case is always go to remove.bg and just get the background removed for a creative like this so that it fits a lot better. We're also going to look for some alternative images to use. Get it in here, shrink it down a little bit. I'll probably put it somewhere here. Damn, no, this still looks awful. What can I do? So I'm going to delete this, and we're going to pick another image. So essentially what we could do is, because they don't really have any like lifestyle imagery that's like super obvious that we could use, we could simply just zoom out a little bit and grab a product picture. Take it over to remove.bg. Copy image, send it right here. So you can see, because of the way that creative is structured, I actually want to make some changes to the original copy, right? Because to make the banner essentially look less bland, what I'm going to go ahead and do is emphasize some unique selling points in the actual copy itself and structure it like this and change the arrangement. Because essentially the three unique selling points I'm emphasizing right here is added convenience, better taste, and also it's sugar-free, right? So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just add a little copy tagline to here. Convenience. Hassle-free, no mess. Add a full stop there, copy this. Tastes like a treat. Tastes like a treat. I'm gonna drag this all the way down here. Zero sugar. Keto. So essentially, you guys can see like this is already looking a lot more put together in terms of just being a banner image. And then we can also add some social proof elements as well, just to spruce it up a little bit more, because right now it's looking very plain. We can put this above the CTA. So as you can see, at this point, it's gonna look a lot better than what we first started off with. And the only thing really that's missing is gonna be a CTA button, which I'm gonna show you exactly how to design right now. By the way, one of the downsides with designing in Canva as opposed to Figma is that a lot of the guidelines you don't really have. So if you've noticed that in this tutorial, I'm having to like snap everything in place a lot, and sometimes I'm off by a few pixels, just know that it's a Canva issue and not necessarily super fixable. So the next thing that I wanted to show you guys how to design is essentially a CTA button, right? CTA buttons basically all say the same thing. It's super easy to write copy for. It's basically shop now, order today, claim this offer, use code XYZ. It's basically just making it very obvious that it's somewhere that people can click onto essentially. So as always, you're always gonna start with a canvas that is 1,000 pixels wide. So I'm just gonna copy it over from the previous slide, and I'm gonna go ahead and make this background yellow. And I'm just gonna go ahead and bring this down a little bit, shrink these buttons so I have enough screen real estate to actually work with. So I'm gonna bring this right here, and I'm gonna make this a few pixels wider for ease of use, make this gray in terms of background, and we can get going. So essentially you're gonna see that when it comes to buttons, you always want to match it to the actual website. So if you look on the website right now, the button is the accent blue with all caps letters. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that there's another button variation, which is the write a review one, but that's actually from the review app. So the button that you always want to emulate is gonna be the add to cart button. So I'm just gonna go ahead and extract the color from here, and I'm gonna create another rectangular shape in here with rounded corners. It's super important that it's rounded corners, and I can manipulate the corner of this to be less rounded as well. So corner rounding, I'm just gonna probably do something like this, and I'm gonna set the color of this block to be this color right here to match their CTA button. And I'm gonna make this a little bit thinner for the sake of this design. And as you can see, I'm gonna center align it and then bring over the font that we were using from the previous slide. I'm just gonna copy and paste it in here. Of course, we wanna make this all caps, and also we wanna make this white to stand out. And you can see now, we're just gonna do a simple one. Order today, order yours. Let's do it like that, boom. And now we have a button element, essentially. We can group these together and boom. And the dope thing about stuff like buttons and stuff is you only really need to design them once ever, and you can essentially just copy and paste it over to any banner in the future as well. So you can see, I'm just gonna make this slightly smaller to fit the sizing of this banner. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller than this as well, actually. And in terms of font size, you can see this is 24 and now this is 13. So we're gonna make this 24. Oh, make this slightly wider. I'm just gonna ungroup it real quick. Slightly wider, center align it, boom. Shrink this down a little bit. Center align this. And perfect. You can see it's already coming a lot more together. I personally like having the bold font on top, but it doesn't really comply with what they're doing on site, so I'm gonna leave that out. Also, I just realized all of their text is actually under the accent blue, so I'm just gonna go ahead and make the text all of the same color as well. And then maybe I'll unmute this, raise the font sizing a little bit, maybe to 45, scroll this up a little bit, shrink the logo block a tad, move the logo up, and now you can see it's looking a lot better, right? So essentially this is how you would do a banner block. Of course, you can do like more complex layering. So one of the things is like, for example, sometimes we only get the product photos, but obviously because I have professional designers on the team, they can add like stock imagery and make it look like it's a shoot by adding things like shadows and that kind of stuff onto the actual products. Same thing here. So for example, the pills, the shadows for the pills is definitely something that we would have added to make it layer really well with the product display. Otherwise, you know, without the pills, it's just gonna look a bit plain. Same situation here. We can kind of just take a regular product shot, wrap some pills around it, or like some of the products look like spilling out essentially, and that generally looks pretty good on emails. So essentially that's why I used the gummies instead of bullet points, just to, you know, spruce it up a little bit. But again, we're always going to be limited inside of Canva as opposed to a software like Figma. So, you know, if you're a large enough brand, you should just work with professional designers on this, because you can see we're already like quite a bit into this tutorial, and we're only doing the logos, the buttons, and the banners, right? When it comes to review blocks, there's only a few ways to really display review blocks. And it's basically, you can either incorporate some sort of UGC element into it in terms of having customer selfies attached and that kind of stuff. But in this case, I'm just gonna do a customer selfie version as opposed to something as basic as this, because this I feel like is very easy to replicate, right? So let's do it. In terms of doing a review with customer UGC, what I always like to do is I like to pull a review that handles some sort of objection, right? So great tasting products simplifies the process of creating in your routine cost effective without a doubt. Okay, so this is pretty good. So this person is a verified buyer. That's awesome. We're gonna look at some of the other reviews for this as well. Product is the real deal, easy to use, very high quality, doesn't chew like what you would think. You can tell as soon as you bite into it, highly recommend. Okay, so this is interesting. These are perfect for travel. My daughter takes the same products. Takes about 3 weeks to kick in. Okay, so we're just gonna stick with the first one, because one of the things is you don't actually necessarily wanna pick a review that is super duper long as well, because that is gonna be very difficult to align. And normally when it comes to building reviews, you generally speaking, you want to have like 3 or 4. So I'm just going to show you how to design essentially one review block, and I'll show you how to kind of like duplicate them, etc. So again, we're going to make them Helvetica, boom, and we're going to make this color the same as their accent color, shrink this down a little bit, and we're going to copy over the name as well. So this one's by Alan. In terms of font, it's 24, so we're going to reduce the size of this to 24. And we're probably gonna delete this name. To spruce it up, you can see that on their website, they sometimes use borders like this, right? So they have square edges, so we can replicate something similar. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, in the review block, I'm gonna create a little background. So I'm gonna set the color to what they normally have, and then create another rectangular block inside for the reviews. I'll probably make it around this big. No need to make it really bigger. Make it a white background. Send layering wise, we want to send back one, so that way we can contain the review. Maybe we want to have some additional space. So obviously, because I'm showing it to you guys with like a UGC element, I don't actually have any UGC from their review, so we're just going to assume that this guy is called Alan, right? So we're going to go ahead and take a screen grab of his picture for the profile picture photo. So we'll grab this with like decent amount of space. You'll see why I'm grabbing it with some space to spare, because we're gonna insert it into a frame. Of course, you ideally want to grab someone that's like smiling and maybe like holding the product or something, but you know, in this case, we're a little bit limited in terms of options. So I'm just gonna do a frame. Oh, we're gonna do like a circular frame and then copy the image in here, put it in there, boom, shrink it all the way down. And now we have our Alan, okay? So now we have Alan, we have the review, and we can also make Alan a verified buyer. So how do you actually go ahead and do that? So this kind of looks a little bit whack. So I'm just gonna reduce this, boom. And we're gonna add some stars and we can pull it from a previously designed element, which is right here. Boom. And I'm just gonna, oh, oops, shrunk the stars by accident. I'll probably add some few more like line spacing, I guess, so that way it looks a bit better. And what you can do is, says Alan, and then one of the things I noticed on their website that was pretty cool is like their little gradient pop-up symbol, or like the accent save 20. So this is something that we can use to represent like a verified buyer essentially. So if I were to work that in, how would I go about it? I would probably increase the line spacing on this a little bit. Letter spacing, line spacing a little bit, and then move this down to here. Move this down a little bit as well, so that this has some space to breathe. Alan, and I'm gonna make this, or maybe I can remove these. I can drag this here. Maybe upload this here. I'm gonna make this a lot smaller, maybe 16. I'm gonna make the text white. Something like this would look pretty decent, right? So, and if you wanted to copy multiple, so something like this would look pretty good. And if you want to create essentially multiple review blocks, it would literally just be a case of stacking each of these blocks on top of one another, switching out the reviews, switching out the pictures. And again, if I were to even just delete the picture, right, and just have this as a standalone, it still looks pretty good, right? It looks pretty legit. So essentially, this is how you would do review blocks, and you can essentially copy and paste a template like this into your emails. Now, the next block that I wanted to show you, there's actually a few variations to do this. So the three that I've selected is, one is basically just like stacking the products one on top of the other. The other one is displayed in some sort of 2x2 grid. There are some brands that use like 3x2 grids and just like have three columns essentially of products. The reason why I don't really like to go more than 2x2 is because on mobile then it will look a bit small, especially if you're selling more so like visual products with like text on the packaging and that kind of stuff, then it's really going to be very difficult for the customer to differentiate between each of the individual products, right? And then there are some cases where if you want to do a single product highlight, you can actually display all of the various features of the actual product before attaching a CTA with it. So in this instance, if I wanted to display a product, it will simply just be the creatine gummies. Obviously, there's other ways to kind of spice things up a little bit. So for example, if you're selling like a single product thing, right, you might choose to display it in a bundle format as opposed to simply just the product itself. So in terms of bundling, what I would essentially do is, if I wanted to create like a bundle product display block, is I would take their hero image right here and go ahead and remove the background for it. So I'm just gonna copy this through a screenshot, remove the background. So if I were to just make this background yellow and then drag in one of the blocks. Okay. So we have three, essentially. So we could do like a pack of three, essentially, for the bundle. Group these together, and in terms of the title, we can have, just go ahead and grab this. A lot of these elements we can kind of essentially reuse. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. I don't think we need anything else from here. Buy more, save more.
2 weeks of system used to proper 3 month buy, get one free.
So the reason why I'm changing the order of this, by the way, is because buy more, save more. Buy 2, get 1 free is a much more powerful message than buy more, save more. So I'm using buy more, save more as the subtext.
To get 1 free, and you can see this is immediately gonna look a lot better. Increase the letter spacing a little bit, boom, there you go. Buy more, save more. Actually, I can add this to the tail. Did you know 90%?
So this would be an example of like a product display. We just then simply add the CTA and boom. If you want to display multiple products, you can follow like a very similar formula essentially. And in terms of background color, you can make this white. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, this would be an example of how to build like a product display block. Of course, if this brand was selling more products, then you can kind of like build it in different arrangements in terms of being either by 2 by 2 or stacking them on top of each other like we are doing now. And in terms of product display, by the way, you're not simply limited to just showing the product. You can add copy. Or even if you don't want to add copy, you can simply display just the product as well. But obviously, since this is a supplement product, we want to explain some of the benefits, some of the technical aspects, especially, and highlight those. So going back to the next section of design blocks, the next one we have benefit highlights, right? So benefit highlights can be very simple in terms of either you can see it's just like icons with benefits listed or icons with benefits listed and some explanation to those benefits, or it can even be a breakdown of explaining exactly what's going into the underlying product itself, right? So in this case, a lot of the time what you're gonna find is the benefits are already highlighted with the relevant bullet points and the relevant icons attached. So you can see creatine by Creapure is the #1 trusted brands by Olympians and professional athletes, clean functional ingredients, compete with the elite, burn fat, build muscle, crush goals. Like these things we can essentially just literally copy and paste into your emails, and if your website has the same, you could literally pull them through. We can turn something like this slider into our emails. So what essentially we would do is we would take this block right here and then this block right here, and then just take like an intersection between these two, right? And then pull it over directly to the email. A lot of these like benefits side of things, you can just pull directly from the website essentially is what I'm trying to say. So in this case, I'm gonna look at replicating this, right? So I'm literally gonna take a screenshot of this block because there's no point in trying to replicate this exact block inside of Figma in terms of getting the text right and everything. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this over, boom, and then go ahead and copy this block over too. So I'm just gonna copy here, make sure it incorporates the entire image, boom, and go back to Canva, add it here, shrink these down to a similar-ish type of size, and we're gonna go ahead and yeah, these are perfectly aligned. Shrink these down probably a little bit more. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make this background yellow like I always do. And we're gonna go ahead and drag in the background right here. So gonna drag this here. Again, as always, we wanna make sure it's 1000 pixels wide. Send this back in terms of layering. Layer, send backwards, boom. So we're just gonna do it like this. So in terms of copy on top, we can have some sort of header copy that's like unmatched quality, for example.
They use unparalleled, so we're just gonna copy the brand copy.
Boom. And then in terms of creative, it's simply a case of pulling in this essentially. So I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this. And when it comes to taking screenshots like these, don't be afraid to just like overshoot it a little bit, you know? So I'm just gonna drag this extra. And then in terms of making sure it's like perfectly aligned to center, you just wanna make sure that it's like directly in the middle. Boom, there you go. So gonna send this back, layer, send back again, boom. And we're gonna go ahead and do this right here. I'm gonna drag this out, and there you go. And now you can see it looks semi-decent, right? Unparalleled quality, 99% purity, 40 to 88% purity, not quality tested, etc. So this would be an example of just having like a USP block in terms of comparing the two different before and afters and like us against them type of thing. You can also do this in a table type of format. You can see it's like limitations, highest grade of creatine, not 100% vegan, etc. Like all of the different brand USPs essentially is something that you can include through a comparison table format. But in this case, they already had this slider, so I just took this because it's fairly straightforward to get added, right? So that's something that they essentially have on their website. I just need to center the text real quick to make sure it aligns perfectly like this and add a full stop, since that's what the brand typically likes to do in terms of grammatical stuff. And yeah, now let's talk about content blocks and stories a little bit. Now, content blocks and stories, this is something that's like, you can either include this in a founder's letter or just generic brand copy. Either ways, it's basically just slightly long form paragraphs, right? And you can see you can decorate the border of the paragraph a little bit, add a CTA, and you're basically good to go, right? So I'm not gonna bother writing like a long piece of copy for this. I'm just gonna take this from here, and then I'll just show you how I would essentially roughly structure it, right? So I'm gonna make this yellow background, and the whole point is to decorate the borders a little bit. So how do you actually decorate the borders? Well, you can either choose to use the products, or you can use like individual components of the products or ingredients, right? So in this case, I'm just gonna take some little creatine gummies and I'm gonna copy this in here. Boom, make this a bit bigger, add some shadows. So you can see now, you can just decorate the borders a little bit. And essentially the idea is to have it look something like this. So obviously you don't want the whole creatine gummy right here. You want to have like at an angle, you can rotate it a little bit, you know, like any way you want. And essentially you just want to build a border, right? So you can build a border. You can even make it somewhat transparent. So you can play around with the transparency of this as well, you know, just to make it more like a watermarked thing on your text. So that way, when it comes to typing everything out, you know, it's going to look pretty good. So I'm just going to take a body copy right here, clone it over here, just going to drag this out. And we'll pretend, you know, like we'll copy this a few times. Makes me 30, 24, boom. Thanks for reading. Right, something like this. So this is essentially what a content block would pretty much look like. You can see it's like fairly straightforward to design, you know, like it's really not that difficult. Especially if you can play around with the transparency a little bit, and you can see it's already looking pretty decent, right? So that's essentially story and content blocks, bit of copy, that's it. And then countdown timers. So this is a block that's really important that I show you how to do, because it's gonna add a lot more urgency, especially when you're running any form of sales events, right? But we can't actually natively design this in Canva, so I'm gonna show you the software that we like to use, which is Countdown Mail. The tool of choice that I use is Countdown Mail. This is a paid tool, but I think across the 30-ish brands that I manage, we're only on like a $19 a month plan. So it's actually super, super affordable, especially if you're just like an individual brand. So I'm just gonna go ahead and log in, and you can see we practice what we preach. Like we literally had 16.7 million views on our timers that we've created. Like we send a ton of emails. Yeah, so in terms of creating a timer, you wanna go to hit create a timer, and it's gonna generate a preview for the actual timer itself. And I'm just gonna do a standard countdown timer, set my time zone as, let's say, Europe. We'll do like Paris time, let's say, right? And we're gonna set it to be 21:50, and scroll down a little bit, untitled timer, sample
for YouTube. And you can see it's gonna be generated, right? And in terms of design, you can kind of mess around with the colors a little bit. So in this case, I'm just gonna take the brand colors from our thing here. So I'm just gonna copy the codes right here, boom. Text color, we're gonna make it the accent blue. And then primary color, we're also gonna make it the accent blue. Background wise, we'll probably have the this color right here, which is their native background color. We can actually even have, yeah, so background color, I'm gonna put this. Showing zeros, boom, so that's fine. So I'm just gonna take this and bring it over to Canva as a demo. So essentially, we're gonna make the section shrink a little bit to essentially fit the design, and we're good. And in terms of fonts, of course, we can change the fonts to like Helvetica to match the brand identity. And is there a way to maybe add some padding to this? Because the last screenshot kind of sucked. We won't take the, trying to make sure I get everything right here. So we're gonna delete this, paste this in, and boom, now we have a countdown timer, right? So this is really, really great, especially when you're doing sales or counting down to some sort of hyped up product launch. This is really awesome to have. The next thing is featured on. So featured on is essentially, you know, like that social proof element of all of the PR a brand has experienced. So this one specifically, you can see they put it right underneath their product description, as seen in Discover, US, Sports Illustrated. Again, this block, mad easy to design, right? Normally you can just copy and paste it from your website if it's like nicely laid out like this. However, if it's not, then you literally just build the elements in terms of typing in as seen and then copying over all of the logos of the biggest publications that you guys have been published in. But in this case, they've kindly done this for me, so I'll just kind of leave this block as it is. But essentially in terms of copy, you can only really write one of two things. It's either as seen on, or featured in, or find us on, something along those lines, you know what I mean? So it's just a bunch of publication logos and that's about it. And then in terms of guarantee, this is where you can kind of have a bit of fun with it. So if you're a brand that's like super upscaled, you don't really necessarily want to use like guarantee blocks like this with the trust badges, but you can kind of design your own, right? Or if you just want to do a simple guarantee, it's just like, you can just write it as plain text as a part of your copy. It's not a problem. Now, if you watch my previous video on how to write e-commerce copy, you're going to know exactly how to write the highest possible variations of converting copy. So I would really recommend you watch that module in the free course that I'm doing. But we're going to keep this simple, and we're just going to use the default badges. We're gonna find one that kind of like suits us a bit more, and we're gonna write a quick unconditional money back guarantee to wrap up this tutorial before I show you exactly how the email looks pieced together. So we're just gonna copy the block over, make this background yellow as always, and start with the guarantee. When it comes to guarantee, essentially, it's pretty simple. You literally just wanna copy all of the... Now, the interesting thing about guarantees are that it's like relatively straightforward, right? In terms of, you want to make it abundantly clear, and the longer generally... Now with guarantee copy, I'm not going to dive into too much of it, so I'm just going to go ahead and write a quick guarantee for creatine gummies and show you how to actually design the guarantee elements. So I'm just going to type in guarantee on Figma, see if there's any default badges available. Maybe this one. Can we customize the color on this? Edit image? No, we can't. Oh, we can actually customize the colors on this. So we're gonna drag, no, not this. We're gonna drag this in, boom. And then for the colors, I'm just gonna make this blue like this. Stamp of approval, guarantees. And then we're gonna take the title from up here, and we're probably gonna take this button as well. We already have this. We're gonna take a button as well. All right, cool. So I think this is pretty much all that we need in order to put together a nice looking guarantee. So we're gonna do 100%. We're gonna do a 90-day trial, 90-day risk-free trial. And we're gonna put that right here in terms of the text. And then for the description, this is super important, by the way. For the actual description of the headline, we're gonna do it like this. So we're gonna add a pill on top. Risk-free, unsatisfied, unconditional money back guarantee. And we're gonna extend this a little bit, boom. unconditional money back guarantee. Money back should be one word, I believe. Just gonna shorten this a little bit, maybe increase the font size. Unconditional money back guarantee, how'd that look? No, 3 lines looks like crap. So we'll do it like this, right? Just to pad it out a little bit. Our 90-day risk-free trial promise. Try us for 90 days. And if for whatever reason you hate the gummies, whether it be taste, color, flavor, effectiveness, or you just want to get a free trial and not buy from, or you are just not completely in love and over the moon with the product, simply send us an email and we'll issue the refund right away. Of course, like actual guarantees, you would customize it to the brand, etc. But this is just basically like demo text, really. Order yours, boom, there you go. Maybe I'll center the text, center align this, boom, there you go. Shorten this block, and that's basically it, right? So now that I've essentially shown you all of the different Lego blocks and how to create them in a really high converting email, I'm just gonna go ahead and create another Canva file, and I'm gonna show you how the entire email now looks with everything pieced together. So obviously going from the beginning, we always have a banner block in any given email. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy in the banner block right here, drag it and make sure everything is aligned. And then we're gonna go ahead and bring in some testimonial blocks. And then we're gonna go ahead and bring in the product display block because it's quite important that we emphasize some of the features. And I'm gonna skip the USP block because actually, we can have it in there, it's not a problem. I'm just gonna go ahead and group this, add this in as well. We may even need to make the email longer for the sake of this demonstration. Featured on, that's quite an easy element for us to essentially bring in. So I'm just gonna go ahead and resize this page real quick. Custom size, we're gonna make this 5,000 pixels in length instead. Yep, continue, copy and resize this design. Boom, there you go. Okay, so then we're gonna go ahead and bring in the social proof element, and then I'm also gonna bring in the countdown element because that's quite cool to have. Guarantee block, we can definitely bring that in. Copy that over as well. Okay, so at the top of every single email, obviously we always want to have the banner itself. So I'm just going to go ahead and tidy this structure a little bit for now. So at the top of every email, we always want to have the banner block, right? And I think it's because I designed this with the logo being a little bit wider. So I'm just going to go ahead and group this real quick and select this, go to the side more to make this expand to the whole width of this section. Same thing with the logo, boom, and then center. Make sure the logo is like pretty much centered. So that's essentially going to be the banner, right? And then the next section, what will probably make the most sense is by us having some sort of social proof element to it, right? So I'm just going to make the whole of this background this color, and I'm gonna probably shrink this a little bit, bring in this, make sure it's like nice and centered, center aligned, boom, like that. And then the thing that probably makes sense the most, if I were to look at all of the blocks, is probably introduce some sort of unique selling points, right? So I'm gonna remove this, put that here, probably introduce some sort of unique selling points right here, boom, drag that down a little bit, make sure that's like nice and centered, positioning wise, center, right, there you go. Unparalleled quality, oh, I just realized I misspelt this a little bit, unparalleled quality. And in terms of unique selling points, this should go at the very bottom. So we're gonna just drag this down. We're probably gonna have a product display block somewhere here. The timer thing I could probably get rid of, that's not an issue. And then we wanna introduce some sort of social proof right here. So I'm just gonna bring that in here, bring this forward as well in terms of layering, bring forward, boom. And then in terms of reviews, we generally want to have multiple reviews as well. So we'll leave some space for that. Have some unique selling points, bring that in here. And then at the bottom of the email, we just make sure to have the actual guarantee. Boom. So that's basically it in terms of the email. And if I were to zoom out, you can see this looks like a really professional email design, right? And if you were just to create several variations of blocks like these, you can see how designing emails becomes so much easier, right? Especially if I were to, let's just make this color dark at the end for the finishing touches. So essentially, this is how you can design an email. Of course, I'm not gonna lie, the design part is the most time-consuming part of everything that we do at the agency. And if anything, I hope this video makes you realize that emails is a lot of work. Yeah. So in this module of the free email marketing course that I am doing in my YouTube channel, I'm gonna show you guys how to build out any email ever inside of Klaviyo. In the previous module that I made, I basically showed you guys how to design really professional, high quality designs on Canva, but I didn't show you how to actually build it out inside of Klaviyo because that tutorial was an hour and a half long, right? So in this video, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to do that. So just a quick recap essentially. Last video, I essentially went over how to design literally every single possible element when it comes to an email campaign or a flow. And essentially I showed you guys how to piece it all together. And this was the final product that we kind of ended up with, okay? So what I'm gonna do now is in this video, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to take it from inside of Canva over to Klaviyo. So jumping into Klaviyo now then, obviously in order to create an email, you wanna go over to the campaign section, hit create a campaign, select all of the segments that you're targeting, so it kind of looks something like this. So essentially once you are inside the campaign section and you wanna create an email, you wanna hit create a campaign. For the sake of this, I'm just gonna say free course YT, create gummies demo. We're just gonna name it like this. But of course, you feel free to name your campaigns in whatever way you want. For the type, we wanna make sure to select email and we wanna hit continue. Recipients wise, I'm just gonna tick like agency newsletter. For the sake of this, obviously you might wanna target your VIP customers, etc., etc. This is just like my agency list. By the way, if you want access to some of the highest quality email source, then you gotta sign up to my agency mailing list, which you can do through the sign up page in the description of this video to join my mailing list. Immediately after joining, one of the lead magnets you're gonna receive as like an opt-in bonus is just access to this Figma file with over 250 email templates that we designed as an agency for you to draw inspiration from, as well as resources on how to audit your own Klaviyo accounts and various other resources that I keep up to date on a monthly basis. It's also completely free. Now, once you select all of the segments, let's jump into how to actually build out the email. The first thing you're gonna wanna add is the subject line and the preview text. Sender name, you normally wanna just keep it as the brand name or like the founder name from brand name, right? Reason why you wanna play around with it a little bit is just because add some variation to your emails. So that way it promotes open rates through what we call like pattern breaking when it comes to sending campaigns a lot of the time. Sender email addresses you wanna keep pretty much the same across the board all the time. The key thing to know is this domain needs to be the same domain as your branded sending domain. Super important that that's done. And it's also really important that it's not like a Gmail or Hotmail or iCloud, that kind of stuff is like a professional domain. Next thing you wanna have is, in terms of the designer, I always like to use the drag and drop designer. There are some times where we use the text only, but we never really use any HTML designers to custom code our own emails, simply because I'll be honest, like every time I make a how to build emails or how to design emails video, I always get flamed for it, for us using so many images in the actual email itself. But the truth is, the people that complain to me don't do email marketing at scale, they don't generate 6 million a month for clients, and they just don't really understand how email marketing works and how to manage deliverability. Because the truth is, if we use a lot of images, but we're doing literally everything else right when it comes to deliverability and sender reputation management, it doesn't really matter. That's bottom line what it is. If we compress the images in the right way, like I'm about to show you in this module, So once you're in the template section, I don't like any of the default templates Klaviyo provides, to be honest, because they all kind of suck, because you really want to create templates that are specific to your brand, right? So what I like to do is I always like to hit create a blank email, and you're going to see on the left-hand side there's a bunch of possible blocks, as well as on the right side in the actual builder, they already have some blocks pre-populated for you, right? So the first thing that we're actually gonna do is we're gonna build your first ever email template that you're gonna be able to use again and again every single email. So that way you're not gonna need to create an email from blank templates anymore. So first thing you want to do is customize the footer section by adding in all of your relevant social links. So for me, obviously I use Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube as you are watching this on YouTube. I just put in those links, make sure it's saved, and you're basically good to go. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to hit the star button next to the block and just say this as social links, right? So in this case, I'm just going to do my Twitter. I'm going to remove Facebook and change that over to YouTube. Save that, Instagram, put that in there, and boom, right? You're going to save the block and name it social links. Just so that in the future, if you ever do need to start from scratch, you can just pull the block and you won't have to configure the links again. In terms of the drag and drop content, you can keep that in there, it's not a problem. The only thing is the logo section, if you've configured your Klaviyo account correctly, this should automatically populate with your logo. However, I never like to use Klaviyo's default way of doing logos, because if you see right here, the logo is actually a PNG file with a transparent background. So what's gonna happen with a black logo like this is that if you're viewing the email on mobile in dark mode, you're essentially gonna see a dark background with a black logo that is like stretched out like crazy. It just looks awful, right? So I'm gonna show you guys how to upload a good logo right now. So you're gonna go over to your design, essentially. So you're gonna go over to your designs in Canva, and what you're essentially gonna do is just click these two elements, make sure to group them together in terms of the logo, and just export them as a selection. So you're gonna hit download selection, and you're gonna use JPEG. Super important that you use JPEG, because not only is JPEG a lossy compression algorithm, meaning that it shrinks the files, but also the quality is still pretty good. And the main thing actually is that JPEG, you're able to export it with transparent backgrounds, and the most important difference is that PNGs, you can export them with transparent backgrounds, whereas JPEG, the background remains. So in this instance, the background will remain white all the time. So we're gonna export this as a JPEG, hit download, and just wait for it to export. Once it's exported, you're gonna go ahead and just hit replace on this, and you're gonna upload the image. So once this is added, you wanna make sure the logo link and padding is set to 0. Just gonna set this to 0. Because you see there's so much like blank space, right? So you're gonna scroll all the way down to the bottom, remove the top padding, remove the bottom padding, and you're gonna remove the left and the right padding as well. Boom, there you go. So now you can see it looks a lot more similar to what we have on the actual design itself within Canva, right? So from here, you're essentially gonna save this as a template by clicking on the top right and just hit save as template, and you're gonna name this like default template, default or something, right? You're gonna hit save template, because this is gonna form the basis of every single email that you design going forward. So that way you won't need to export the logo again and that kind of stuff. Oh, the only thing I missed actually is just, I would put in the alt text, bare balanced logo, as in just describe the actual picture itself. So just brand name logo and linking to your homepage. That's very important as well. So that's the only thing I would change. Make sure to save the template. And now we're ready to essentially build out the content itself. Now, let's talk about the various blocks, right? So primarily, I like to always design the text inside of Canva or Figma. That's the platform that my team and I use. But essentially, you're never really gonna wanna have any like dynamic text blocks unless you're gonna use any sort of like personalization variables. The reason why we do that is because, again, there's actually no way to get around this. So in dark mode, what's gonna happen is if you have black text and a white background, what's gonna happen in dark mode is it's gonna turn the background dark and the text white, and sometimes the contrast just doesn't really work very well at all. So that's why we like to design all of our text inside of Figma, and also you're going to be able to be a lot more maneuverable in terms of the creatives itself. So for example, this section right here, there's no way that we can actually build this natively purely inside of Klaviyo. We have to use some sort of external designer. The only parts where we can build it in Klaviyo is here and here, but honestly, it's just not worth the time spent in terms of dragging and dropping the blocks, making sure the background and the borders are configured with no padding, etc. It's just too much of a pain in the ass, honestly. And you also can't really do things like this unless you want to change the CSS code, which not many people actually know how to do, to get letter spacing completely right, etc. So that's why we do all of our text designs inside of Figma, or in this case, for the sake of this tutorial, it's going to be inside of Canva. So we never really use text blocks unless we're referring to people's first names, order numbers, etc. But this is definitely an option that you can use and is made available to you. So the next block is the image block. This is going to be by far the one that we use the most, and I'll come back to this in a second. The next block is essentially a split block. So what's going to happen is it's going to give you two columns, right? You can turn the columns either into an image or text, but essentially how this is going to work is, let's say I wanted to bring this in, right? I'm just going to export this as a selection for demo purposes. What you can do with the split column is literally just upload an image here, product image here. So you can upload this as a creative and then type in whatever product description that you want to have here. So it could just be, we are very tasty, etc, blah, blah, blah. And we're just going to copy this a few times for the sake of it. So you can see this is essentially how the blocks work. And of course you can customize the fonts on the text, make them bigger, smaller, really up to you, whatever, right? You can even change the kind of text alignment and spacing of everything. So that way, you can essentially, this is how the builder works. But you can see it's super, super difficult to get it looking right, especially if you want to add hyperlinks or something. So if I were to add google.com, of course this isn't what we actually would do, but you can see the link colors look incredibly ugly. You have to then change it into this in the settings part, the width and all of this stuff. It's so much easier to just design everything outside of Klaviyo and just upload it straight away. There are a few best practices though that I'm going to show you. The next block that we don't ever really use is buttons. You can try it, but honestly, it doesn't help with click-through rates. It doesn't help with really deliverability at all. And yeah, honestly, there's literally zero benefits to doing so. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this as well and show you the next bar. So the next bar is the header bar, right? So a lot of brands use this as the top of their emails, which basically links to different sections in your website, right? So it could be, I'm just going to do google.com for the sake of it, right? Add link. Link 1 is google.com, background. You can see it's white text, google.com. Link 2, we'll do about us, something like this. 3, we're going to do contact, right? Some brands, what they do is they use a top bar like this. Obviously, you would change the text to be black so that it fits on a white background, but essentially just to quickly navigate to different parts of the website, right? The downside of this is, number one, you're adding more links and giving people more choice, but also actually, if you notice in any of your emails, the clicks that go to these sections don't actually have that high of a conversion rate. So again, I never like to add it because it distracts from the main point of the email itself. The next block that you can add is a drop shadow block, which you can essentially make the block pop out more. So this is more of a decorative thing. Again, if you're designing everything inside of Canva, Photoshop, Figma, it doesn't really matter. You're not gonna really need this block. So the reason why I'm demoing all of these blocks is just to demystify them. Because I know when you have so many features, you think you're supposed to use them all, right? But it's not really the case. Social links is literally just what you saw above. And then spaces is literally for spacing, right? The reason why they literally have all of these blocks is just so that you can customize the aesthetics. But again, you can see how adding a spacer in here versus just dragging everything downwards is so much harder and more time consuming, right? It's simply not worth the effort. Next bar is the horizontal rule, which basically just adds a line. Again, kind of pointless as a feature. Product is quite useful sometimes if you want to display a product. You basically pull in the product images from your Shopify feed and you're able to then
display it. However, again, the way they display it is kind of ugly, right? Not as nice as what we could do with something like this, because again, it's just not really possible to build this exact thing out inside of Klaviyo, because it's not a design software at the end of the day, right? Next thing is tables. Table is sometimes useful in terms of like, what essentially you would do is customize the row and column settings. You can add more rows, more columns, whatever. And in order, and the best use case for this is when you're uploading 2x2 product displays. So what I mean by this is, and we didn't showcase this in the design tutorial, but I do have a ton of examples of this. So for example, like with this jewelry brand right here, right? You can see that style your outfit, shop sophistication, shop vintage, shop rustic. These are all 4 different CTA links, right? So in order to upload this as a 2x2 block, we're gonna then need the table feature inside of Klaviyo. So essentially what we're gonna do is in the table settings, we're gonna make this 2 rows and we're just gonna upload the images into here. So I'm gonna show you exactly how this kind of works with the slice tool right here inside of Figma. So we're just gonna slice this section, for example, right? And pull in another slice of this right here. And I'm gonna shrink this to make sure like everything matches. Boom, there you go. Another slice would be from here to here. And then copy and paste this exact slice, align it. So now that I've sliced everything up, I'm just gonna export it and show you guys exactly what that looks like. So once you select the slice, you export it, and then you're gonna go ahead and upload it to the table with the content sections. So you're just gonna upload image. So now that we've uploaded everything, you're gonna see that between these 2 blocks, there's not really a gap. However, if you look very closely in the border, there's like white bits on the side, right? And that's simply to do with padding. So what you're gonna do is in each of these sections, you're just gonna go to table settings, and then you're gonna remove the padding from the top and bottom, left and right, boom, there you go. So once this is done, if you zoom in now, you should see there's absolutely nothing going on there. So in terms of the only thing left to do here is just to add the relevant CTA links, right? And then add a brief description. So I would always describe it just by adding the product name or whatever copy is in the actual blocks itself. And you can see if I were to go on the preview test section now, you can see that it's basically exactly how we have it inside of the design software, right? Of course, we're gonna do a creatine demo, but I just didn't design this 2x2 block yesterday, so I've made sure to include an own agency example here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this, and we're back to trying out all of the different tables. And we're back to trying out all of the various blocks. So column and section, honestly, it's not really anything that you need to worry about. The only thing that we need to really use is just like the image section. So now when it comes to exporting the emails, the only thing that means that you need to use like a slice tool is when you have a different CTA. So for example, with this section, it could be click here to look at our reviews if there was a CTA button, and that might go to a website like Trustpilot instead of the product page, whereas these CTAs would go to the product page. In that instance, you would export this as a separate block and then upload it inside of Klaviyo. But for this email specifically, honestly, we can export everything, right? So to export everything, you're just gonna hit download, and then you're gonna download it as a JPEG as always. Boom, download. And we're gonna go ahead and upload the image. Because I already have the logo designed, I can actually go ahead and remove this as well. Boom. And we're just gonna drag and drop a logo section inside of here, and we're gonna go ahead and just upload the email that we literally just designed. So again, when we're uploading for our own clients, we slice them up a little bit, use different alt text, include different links, etc. But like, if you're a really, really small brand, the biggest thing that like the most scarce resource that you have right now, and to be honest, at any level, is just time, right? So what I'm showing you essentially is not the best way to do things, but it's like the 80-20 of doing email marketing, right? So you're gonna go ahead and just gonna do alt text 20% off first order with code gummies by
And then link address, you're just gonna put the product page link. Again, always link to either product page or collections page, you're gonna have a much higher conversion rate. Width, auto, that's fine. Top and bottom padding, make sure this is correctly set to 0, and you're basically good to go, right? You can see the email looks pretty high quality, and if I were to do a preview test, you can see this is what essentially it's gonna look like. And on mobile, this is what it's gonna look like. Pretty good, right? Not bad for like a completely amateur designer like myself, because again, if you guys wanna work with me, I have a team for this. They're able to come up with these level of designs with like really nice layering, shadows, etc. But yeah, that's why I'm also qualified, because me as an amateur designer, if I can come up with something like this, you can too. So in this free module that I'm doing as a part of this email course that I'm publishing to my YouTube channel for free, teaching you guys how to essentially run your own email marketing for your e-commerce brand, we're gonna cover exactly how to build a really high converting pop-up for your store. So essentially, when it comes to growing your list, pop-ups is one of the most crucial drivers of list growth for any given e-commerce brand, as it's literally shown to traffic that are already coming to your site that otherwise would leave without leaving their emails. So what a really high converting pop-up will do is it's going to be able to capture anywhere from 5 to 15-ish% of your total site visitors into emails for your list. And I'm going to jump into a screen share right now, and I'm going to show you guys exactly how to build a high converting one within Klaviyo. So in order to create one, your Shopify integration needs to be completed, as well as you already should have a list that you want to connect this to. By default, it's probably going to be like your newsletter list. So you're just going to go ahead and create sign up form under sign up forms here. And you can see by default, most of the brands that you'll see, they use like one of these type of multi-step forms with the image on the left or the right hand side with a bit of text. It looks kind of generic, kind of boring, right? And it might not necessarily be super on brand. And I can show you what this kind of looks like in practice, right? So this is a full page form, but if we were to use the standard pop-up like this, it would look something like this. We're just gonna choose a list real quick as a demo. So as you can see, it's a creative on the left and the pop-up on the right. And if you see in mobile, it's suddenly gonna remove the pop-up. Why? Because a horizontal form looks very ugly. So I'm gonna show you guys how to turn a regular, boring, generic template inside of Klaviyo and make it actually look super on brand. And then I'll show you some of the various behavioral things and things on the copy side in order to actually make it a high converting pop-up, right? So first things first, I'll be honest, unlike third-party softwares like Just Uno or Optimonk, there's not really that many customization options when it comes to natively building pop-ups within Klaviyo. So instead, what I like to do is I always like to start inside of Figma first. So inside of Figma, I normally get my designers to design one of these pop-ups. You can see it's a lot more intricate, there's a lot more detail to it. And then we kind of take it from Figma, export it, and then upload it into Klaviyo. So in terms of best practices on the design side, you want to keep everything super linear, right? In terms of you don't really want anything crazy graphically or anything too intricate copy-wise. Copy should be straight to the point, and graphics should just make it stand out from the website. So what I mean by this is, let's say your website has a really light colored background, like let's say white or something. Your pop-up should have a nice contrast to the background of your website. So if you think about it in terms of like Shopify themes, you know how you have the accent 1, accent 2 color, right? If your background of the Shopify website is accent 1, then accent 2 should be the color of the background of the pop-up to make it contrast, right? So for example, this brand right here, the background of their website at the time of making this like last year, it was white, right? So we created a red pop-up to make it stand out. And in terms of copy, you want to eliminate as many like paragraphs as possible from the text, because you see how some pop-ups, what they'll do is they'll have like the small text right underneath the CTA button that's like, oh, we take your privacy very seriously, and by opting in, you are consenting to receive marketing from us on a regular basis, and you are complying to terms and conditions and blah, blah, blah. That stuff really kills conversions. So as you can see, we don't have any of that text under the CTA, and also we keep the actual text itself very simple. You can see it's get $25 off for the next 24 hours, right? We keep it super linear. I know a lot of brands add like a subheading underneath the main heading that's something like oh, by signing up, you get immediate access to this discount for first-time orders only. All of that just complicates the messaging and it's going to kill conversions, right? So once you have a design, something along the lines of this, how the hell do you actually transfer it over to Klaviyo, right? Well, first things first, I'm going to exit out of this and try to build one with a more linear template, right? So we're going to hit create a new sign-up form, and the template I always like to select is I filter by pop-up. And then, because right now I'm just demoing like an emails one, right? So I'm just going to collect emails, and I like to start off with this one just because it's the most simple one to use. So we're going to see, say, free course demo pop-up. Going to name it that. But in terms of actual naming best practices, conventions wise, we like to follow by putting our agency name first and then the discount that we're running plus the behavior. So let's say in this case it will be like plethora, $25 off first order, and then we'll change the behavior to, like second delay or something, right? We're going to choose the list, agency newsletter, and boom, pop-up is created. So now, how do we take this pop-up right here and turn it into the one that I just showed you? Well, first things first, you're going to want to export this into slices. So inside of Figma, there's a slice tool. If you press S, it should default to. So when it comes to forming a slice, it's essentially we want to segment this pop-up into a few different chunks to export, right? So I like to chunk it as that, as one, and then we'll chunk another one as this half right here. And then lastly, we'll chunk the last half to be right here. So when it comes to creating the buttons and everything, the button itself needs to be created inside of Klaviyo, but everything else we can kind of export. So when it comes to taking slice one that we created right here, we just export this as a JPEG. It's really important that you export this as a JPEG because it's a lossy compression algorithm. But if you have transparent elements, for example, within your pop-up design, so for example, if I didn't want to include like this cow image and just have the logo sticking out, then it's very important that you export that specific slice as a PNG, because that's how you get the transparent file. Anyways, so next thing is you're going to want to export this slice right here in terms of no thanks for I'd like to pay full price. Boom. So you're just going to hit export. And now that you've exported the slices, it's time to upload everything. So first things first, you're going to want to delete these blocks because we're not going to have any text blocks on our pop-up. The only thing we really need to keep is just these two elements. So first things first, go to add blocks, and then just drag in a image block right above here, and then drag another image block right below the CTA button. Now, in terms of the first block, we're gonna upload the top slice of our pop-up. Slice one, boom, uploading, and then slice two, we're gonna upload the second slice as well. You can see now both these slices are uploaded. It looks terrible, right? So how do you turn this into the real thing? So in terms of first things first, we're going to put the alt text. So get $25 off for the next 24 hours. The reason why we want to add alt text is just so that in case it doesn't load due to really slow internet connection or for whatever reason, then we have a way to do it. In terms of the width, this is something that we'll essentially need to customize, but in terms of first things first, we want to remove the padding, so we're going to set that as 0, 0, 0, 0, and then we're also going to do the same for here, and then close form. So the bottom, as you can see, it says, no thanks, I'd like to pay full price. If they click on this section of the form, it's going to close the form. So that's basically the idea, and then I like to pay full price, close form. So that would essentially be the alt text. Now you can see the width of this is actually 800 by default, so we're going to put 800. And then we're going to put the top one as 800 as well, right? And now you can see there's still this like really ugly border, right? So what the hell do we do about that? Well, first of all, you want to go into styles, and the minimum height you want to just like leave as it is.
And then background color, you essentially want to set it to the background color of the actual form itself, right? So you can see it's the little edge on the border of here. So I'm going to zoom in and show you what I mean. So I don't mean this area right here, I mean this side border right here. So we're going to configure that color, and the thing that we always use is the eyedropper tool. So this is a Chrome extension that I like to use, and you could just, do whatever eyedropper you want. But essentially, we're going to get the color to be like this, boom, and you can already see it's coming together a lot nicely, right? Corner radius we can leave at 4, but we just want to remove the padding here. So just padding, left, right, boom, left, boom. So you can see already it looks a lot nicer, right? So all we really need to do is just change the button colors. So the button color, as you can see right here, is this yellowish color right here, and we just export the selection of colors, and we're going to put this as this. Oh, that's the text color, my bad. Button text, button color, boom, and then the text style, we could change this click to get discount, whatever. And then font wise, we can just change it to whatever the brand fonts are. So I'm just going to put it as Arial for now. And yeah, you can see it looks a lot better, right? So obviously on the design that we did itself, there's a lot more space and padding on the sides of the buttons and the input field, right? So we literally just add some more padding here in terms of getting this to maybe like 30, 30, and then setting this field to 30, 30 as well. Boom. Maybe we can increase that a little bit. Let's do 45 as well. And you can see the pop-up now went from the really boring default Klaviyo templates to looking something a lot better, right? And if you really want to get advanced, you can design dedicated pop-ups for mobile and desktop, and the only difference in doing so is basically just going into styles and then setting, and the only difference in doing so is basically just going into targeting and behavior and selecting this pop-up to be shown on mobile only versus desktop only, right? You could do both desktop and mobile, like this pop-up specifically would work on both devices. However, you can do specific ones for specific devices. And then obviously you want to be customizing the thank you page as well in a very similar fashion, in terms of you can get it designed on a platform like Figma and then just bring it over to Klaviyo afterwards, right? So this is essentially how to build a pop-up. Now let me talk about some targeting best practices when it comes to doing behaviors. So by default, the timing for pop-up forms is going to be shown immediately. However, we don't want to do this, and we always want to select based on rules. Now, if you're making a desktop specific pop-up, having exit intent on the pop-up makes sense. However, if you're doing a mobile only one, imagine when someone's scrolling on mobile, there's not really an exit intent trigger. So what I generally like to do is I like to keep it as either a time delay or a scroll delay. It just depends on the different types of brands that I'm working with. So for example, one of the alcohol brands comes to mind, right? And for alcohol brands, in order to sell online in the US, there needs to be a pop-up saying, are you 21 or above, right? So with this brand specifically, we wouldn't use a time delay or a scroll delay. Instead, we will use a after visitor sees a certain number of pages, because we need to make sure that the visitor doesn't have the pop-up show up for the 21 plus age requirement at the same time as the email pop-up, right? Because it's going to skyrocket bounce rates and also kill conversions. So you just need to figure out what type of delay is most useful for your brand. But when it comes to time delay, I don't recommend going more than like 8 to 10 seconds. And then when it comes to scroll delay, I don't recommend scrolling for more than 60%. I generally stick to like a 30 to 40% type of range when it comes to configuring the behaviors. Now, on the success page, I always like to include the discount code that I mentioned on the pop-up itself. Reason being is that way people don't have to check their emails first and then continue on their customer journey. The only time I don't do this is if an account is facing deliverability issues, in which case I actually want new subscribers to be going to checking their mailboxes and then coming back to the website. But generally speaking, incorporating the discount code right here is going to be very beneficial, since it's going to be very easy for people to just copy and paste the code, add their things to cart, check out, add the code, and boom, complete their journey, right? So
that's basically it in terms of best practices, and this is actually how we build pop-ups within our agency. So in this module of the free course that I am doing on my YouTube channel, teaching people how to do email marketing, brands and agencies, whatever, how to do email marketing for your Shopify brand on Klaviyo, we're going to be covering exactly how to build a welcome series. So first of all, we're going to explain what it is, what you need prior to building it, and how to actually build one itself within Klaviyo. I'm also going to show you how to upload one of our old designs onto Klaviyo so you know exactly how to actually build the email out inside of the account. So without further ado, let's jump into it. Now, before I get started in terms of showing you guys exactly what to do on the email side of things, like how to actually turn this design and put it into Klaviyo and all of the different things, you need to understand if you're a brand and you're working with another agency outside of myself and they're charging you some sort of performance, whatever, you need to be aware to not pay them performance on the welcome series. Why? Because I'll be honest, like the welcome series by far is always going to be the highest performing flow out of most flows that we build most of the time, just because it's basically web traffic who have already shown a lot of interest in the brand, signing up to the pop-up and then getting this series. So I would say at least about half of the revenue coming from the welcome series have nothing to actually do with the welcome series. Those are conversions that would have happened already. And that's just me being like honest basically. But essentially the welcome series is going to generate a shit ton of revenue for you on the front end, at least it's going to appear so. But in reality, the revenue generated is not actually that much extra. It's going to be a nice amount extra, but I'm just saying like there's a lot of over attribution within Klaviyo. So just pay attention to that. If your current agency is charging you performance on that, like you should, probably fire them. If you're a good agency, you don't really do that. Anyways, let's dive into it. So this is a welcome series, just 3 emails real quick that we did maybe like 8-9 months ago for a brand that was kind of launching in they're pretty big in the European market. They did like collaborations with like Georgina Rodriguez, like Ronaldo's wife or girlfriend, I can't remember. But yeah, like this is essentially the designs. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how to build out this flow inside of Klaviyo. So first things first, you're going to need 2 things, right? You're going to need a list and you're going to need a pop-up. Now for the pop-up, if you don't have one or or at least not a high converting one, you should really look at the previous module in this free course that I just did, where I show you exactly how to build a pop-up that looks much better than the default templates that are available on Klaviyo. However, if you already have a high converting pop-up, just make sure it's connected to the right list and we'll kind of dive into it. Now, first thing you need to identify which list your pop-up is connected to. So in this case, we're going to use the demo list, which is agency newsletter. So then we're gonna go into Klaviyo and we're gonna hit create a flow. So I'm just gonna use this template that my team member created a while ago, but essentially what it is it's this right here. So first things first, when it comes to building the flow, you're gonna wanna go into the flows section of your Klaviyo account and you're just gonna hit create a flow, right? Upon clicking this, you're gonna be taken to something like this. Now you can use some of the default Klaviyo templates and just repopulate the content, but for the purposes of this entire free course, I'll just show you our like best practice kind of basic flow structures. So we're gonna click over here and click build your own, and we're just gonna call this plethora welcome series. Okay, and then we're gonna hit create a flow, and then now we're gonna configure a trigger. So the trigger for the welcome series that we're going to want to use is added to list, and we're going to select agency newsletter because that was the list that was connected to the pop-up, right? It's very important that you guys have the same list. And then for profile filters, I like to just do someone has or has not done placed order since starting this flow. Boom. Because if they placed an order, you want to take them out of this flow and put them in the customer thank you and the post-purchase series, right? So that's what we like to do. We're going to hit save, and it's basically done. You have the filters, you have the right triggers, and now it's time to build out the flow itself. In terms of the content of the flow, the purpose is essentially welcoming and introducing someone to your brand. And how you actually customize the content is you need to understand where the traffic is actually coming from, right? So for example, if your traffic is coming only from organic, the process for someone coming from organic is always they watch multiple pieces of your content and then they finally go onto your website, and then after visiting your website a few times, they might choose to subscribe because they're a bit more serious about purchasing from you. So most likely the traffic there there coming to your welcome series is going to be a lot more educated around your brand, around your products, etc., versus someone coming from cold traffic like Facebook ads, where it's their first time clicking onto your website, right? So depending on the traffic source, that's how you can kind of determine what type of content to actually serve to your audience. So for this brand specifically, they already had a lot of brand presence within Europe, right? So it was very much just like introducing the product very briefly, and you don't necessarily need to go into like founder stories, etc., etc. It's more just about delivering the offer and getting people to convert on the front end, right? So depending on the type of traffic that's primarily coming from your website is what's going to lead to you determining what type of content you want to feature. But there is some kind of like best practice that applies across the board. So for example, one of the biggest things is you want to feature the offer that was promised in the pop-up above the fold, right? So even if you're doing some sort of giveaway offer on the pop-up, in the actual first section above the fold just means what you can see without needing to scroll, right? In that section, you should have the offer clearly visible. Or even if it's a giveaway, you just say, hey, you're entered into this giveaway, these are the terms, this is when we're gonna draw the winners, etc., how it's gonna be announced, right? And then you're gonna follow up with probably some like brand USPs or brand benefits or something that summarizes the brand really well. As you can see, it summarizes like the hair supplements right here, right? And in terms of design layouts and stuff, I want you guys to always bear in mind to try to design for mobile layouts. So the reason why we didn't stack like these three USPs side by side is because on mobile then we would have had to make the fonts very small, right? So that's why we had a vertical stack, and then we featured some of the celebrities that are backing the product, like Rodrigo's girlfriend, etc. And we make sure to have the discount code already created. Now, when it comes to uploading this and putting it inside a Klaviyo, I know a lot of people say this is against best practice, but honestly, if you do everything else right when it comes to deliverability, it's not gonna matter whatsoever. Like it really, really does not matter. Everyone that comments under my YouTube videos that saying, oh yeah, like doing it like this is gonna screw with deliverability, they just don't know what they're doing, right? Anyways, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's actually build the rest of the flow itself. So when it comes to the flow itself, you're gonna generally wanna have 3 emails. I'm just gonna drag in 3 emails right here, and we're gonna drag in some time delay. So for this flow specifically, we're not gonna want a time delay at the top of the email, obviously, because as soon as they sign up, we wanna hit them with the email right away. Second, time delay should be 1 to 2 days. It just depends on how conservative you wanna be, but also how many campaigns you do. If you do a lot of campaigns, I would recommend setting the time delay slightly longer. If you don't do that many campaigns, 1 day is plenty. So in this case, I'm just going to do 1 day. Don't delay until specific time of day. I know a lot of people tend to do that. You don't need to delay until specific days of the week either. So we're just going to set 1 day, and we're going to drag another time delay between email 2 and 3. And we're just going to configure that to be anywhere from 2 to 3 days. Again, like 2 to 4. It just depends on how conservative you want to be. So we're going to do 3 days right here. Boom. Click off. Now, in terms of email 1, I'm only going to show you how to upload one of the emails. In terms of the other emails, it's literally the same process. The thing that you got to be very careful of is you want to hit skip recently sent email profiles, and you want to turn that off. Now this is called smart sending, and what this basically prevents is people who sign up recently and then they're receiving a ton of campaigns from you, a ton of abandoned checkout emails from you, and by ticking this, if they've received something from you recently, their profile is then skipped. I don't personally like to enable this for all of my flows. I think it's kind of, as soon as they sign up, they expect an email, so definitely don't have this for email 1. Email 2 and 3, it's kind of debatable depending on the volume, but generally I like to make sure they're turned off as well. So in order to turn them off, you want to just untick this and hit save, untick this and hit save, and untick this especially and hit save. Boom. Now, when it comes to the actual subject lines and the templates, so first things first, I always like to type in the subject line in first. In this case, because the design says it's a 20% off offer, then it's just like, hi from Ivy Bears, get 20% off first order. Something like this, or like open to reveal your 20% discount. something along the lines of that, right? And now we're gonna start by building the email template itself. So we're gonna click select template. And personally, I don't like to have any of the default Klaviyo templates. I think this is all for noobs and it just looks awful, honestly. That's what it is. So I'm just gonna hit basic layout. And under basic layout, we're gonna do single column and we're just gonna use template. A life hack is just save a image only template and it's gonna save you a bunch of time in the future. But essentially, I'm gonna click here, boom, use template. And I'm just gonna delete a bunch of the stuff. So I'm gonna delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete, 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 delete the buttons as well. And all that I should be left with is basically just this. Social media buttons, make sure to link that to the right sections, Instagram, etc. You can actually do this by default if you go into your Klaviyo settings and under organizational info, you just upload all of your social links. In the future, this will auto-populate. You can also customize this to like your brand's aesthetic as well. So you don't actually have to just use the default ones, but we're gonna leave that for maybe another module in this free course. But essentially what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna want to drag in a image block, and then in the alt text it's just use code welcome 20, maybe something like that, and then like welcome to Ivy Bears. The actual alt text is not super important that you make it grammatically correct, but it's basically just to have something there in case the image itself doesn't necessarily load. So then we're gonna go into upload image, and we're gonna go to upload right here, and we're just gonna select the template that I just exported, right? So while it's uploading, I'm just gonna explain to you guys what would you do if like you need multiple slices, right? So when it comes to uploading images, the time when you need to slice differently is when you're promoting two products or multiple CTAs in the same image block. So let's say, right, this is claim your offer, so we're driving to some sort of product page, but here, under the social media handles, we're trying to link to these girls' Instagrams, right? In which case, we would export this top section as one slice, this bottom section as another slice, and these sections as 3 individual slices and upload them in a table so that we can link Sylvie's Instagram, Georgina's Instagram, and Cassie's Instagram separately. Now, if you don't know how to do this, then just watch my how to build a email in Klaviyo video. It's gonna be already uploaded as a part of this free course on my channel. So just, go to my channel and find that playlist and you'll be able to learn exactly how to build the different blocks when it comes to email marketing. But you can see like this looks pretty decent, right? And if I were to just add a CTA in here, just make sure to link to the product page or the collections page. In this case, it will probably be the collections page because they sell multiple vitamins. However, if you're a single product store, if you're a high-level dropshipper watching this, running individual product stores, then I would recommend just linking it to your bestseller product page. The mistake that you don't want to make is linking it to the homepage of your brand, right? Another thing is, don't make this mistake of not creating your discount codes. If you're working with an agency, always double check that they've done the discount code themselves or you've gone ahead and done it, because the amount of clients that I've picked up and audited their accounts, and I just saw that their discount code was actually never created in Shopify, and they're wondering why their conversion rate sucks on the welcome series. It's absurd. But anyways, so essentially this is basically done, and once the link is in place, you are good to go. Now, if you were to use some of Klaviyo's templates, what you might notice is if you scroll all the way to the bottom, padding is enabled. So if I have 30 padding on the left and the right, let's see, so we're gonna do padding or whatever. You can see that the cutoff becomes quite aggressive, right? So always double check and make padding 0, because that way your designs would look really nice with no borders or anything like that. Now, before you save this and push this live, you wanna hit preview and test. And you're just gonna go ahead and send yourself a test. Make sure to check on mobile and check all of the CTAs to make sure it's leading to the right places. And you're basically good to go, right? You're gonna hit save. And you're gonna go ahead and configure the other emails, but this one right here is pretty much done, right? So once all of the emails are done and dusted, you can go ahead and go here and review and turn on flow in terms of setting all of the action statuses to live. Now, one thing I do want you to be wary of is when it comes to the list, make sure double opt-in is disabled, and you do this by going into the list settings, going into consent, and then just going into here and making sure it's single opt-in. By default on Klaviyo, double opt-in is selected. So if you're working with a subpar agency, they probably have double opt-in still not toggled off, right? Super important that this is done. In this module, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to build a high converting abandoned checkout sequence, not to be confused with your abandoned cart series, because the triggers inside of Klaviyo are actually two different things. I'm gonna have a future module showing you how to build out the abandoned cart flow as well, but for now, we're gonna stick to abandoned checkout. The thing that you have to understand about the abandoned checkout flow is this is a flow that you need to have because it's gonna be the highest revenue producing flow out there. On Klaviyo, what's gonna happen is you're probably gonna see your welcome series be the highest performing flow. However, a lot of the revenue that's coming from your welcome series would happen anyways, right? There's a lot of over attribution. However, with the checkout flow, a lot of revenue is gonna be converted from this flow. So do pay attention to this video because I'm gonna show you how to set everything up in terms of how to structure the flow, the best practices around the content that goes into the flow, and I'm also gonna show you exactly how to build the email within Klaviyo itself, simply because there's gonna be dynamic segments and that's gonna be a little bit hard to configure. So I'm just gonna jump into a screen share and I'll show you what's up. First things first, obviously we're gonna need the email content itself, right? So as you can see, this is an example of an email that we did for a brand called Ivy Bear selling hair vitamins, right? And essentially, when it comes to the actual content of the abandoned checkout series, you really want to have two main components. Email 1 and 2, generally speaking, is more so of a reminder-based email in terms of just saying, hey, you should complete your order. We noticed you didn't quite complete your checkout. We've saved these items for you, etc., etc. Now, the third email, where you can introduce some more intricate factors into it, like urgency and scarcity. Urgency through things like countdown timers, scarcity through things like, hey, your cart is going to expire soon, or like this item is selling fast, etc. You can also introduce discounts. So in this example, the reason why I didn't do email 1 and focused on email 2 and 3 of the sequence is because, as you can see, we use discount code to incentivize people into buying, right? So let me show you the structure of this flow, and then I'm going to show you exactly how to transfer this content into Klaviyo. So first things first, you're going to want to hit create a flow. So in the search bar, you're going to type in cart. The reason why I'm searching cart instead of checkout is because if I search checkout, nothing comes up. Klaviyo by default confuses abandoned cart and abandoned checkout quite a lot. So the thing that you got to make sure to look for is the abandoned checkout trigger. So you can see this is added to cart trigger. This is standard email and SMS. And at the top here, you can see the trigger is checkout started. This is the one that we want to go with, okay? So we're going to name this my agency name, and then we're going to name it abandoned checkout, okay? Boom. Now, obviously, because this is a demo account, I don't have my Shopify integrated, but normally this should be like 2 green checks, okay? So hit create a flow, and it should load you into this template right here. Now you can see there's a SMS portion as well as an email portion. For the sake of this course, because I'm only teaching email marketing, I'm gonna go ahead and remove the yes branch right here, delete yes path, boom. So now all I'm left with is the email section. Now, by default, the trigger is checkout started, completely fine. Placed order 0 times since starting this flow, has not been in flow in the last 7 days, completely fine. The only thing I would suggest you potentially looking into modifying is changing the 7 to maybe like closer to 10 or 14. But 7 days, if you want to be a bit more aggressive and you're doing like higher volumes, lower average order value type of sales, then 7 days is fine. But if your average order value is slightly higher, meaning the decision cycles are going to be slightly longer, you want to drag this out to maybe like 10, 14 days type of thing. I know brands that have it set to like 28 days because they fear that, you know, if we send the same exact emails to people within a 2-week time span, people are going to remember the content and get sick of it, unsubscribe, mark it as spam, etc. Truth is, it's just you have like a spotlight effect on your brand, but most consumers are not going to remember your ads whatsoever. So don't worry too much about that. Leave it on 7 days if you're doing, you know, slightly low average order values. increase it if you're doing high average order values. In terms of time delay, 4 hours is far too long. I like to keep this 1 to 2 hours maximum. So anywhere from an hour to like hour 30, hour 45, 2 hours is completely fine. 4 hours is a bit too long. Now, the second delay when it comes to this flow, and you'll notice this to be a common theme with the rest of the modules teaching abandoned series type of flows in this free course. It's basically, we want to configure this to be 1 day after the event happened, right? So essentially it's 24 hours minus whatever this delay is. So in this case, it's 23 hours. If this was a 2-hour delay, this would be a 22-hour delay. The reason why we want to do it like this is because people tend to use their devices around the same time every single day, right? So for example, if you set this to be a 4-hour delay and I'm like browsing the brand at like, I don't know, 7 p.m. 4 hours later, it's going to be 11. By 11, I could already be asleep, right? Which is why we want to hit people 1 day after with the second email. So we're going to change this to 23 hours, boom. And now we're basically ready to upload the content itself. So in terms of the abandoned checkout sequences, there's something quite unique about this flow specifically in terms of people are checking out with different items, meaning they're going to be putting different things into their cart, right? So how do we actually get their specific item to be served on the email content itself? And it's through dynamic segments. So what you're going to want to do is, you're going to want to obviously edit the subject, sender name, preview text, etc. But we're going to skip all that stage because you already know how to do that. And we're going to edit the template itself. So by default, the template should look something like this, where you have this dynamic block with like the image still needing to be populated, as well as the item, product, item name, as well as the quantity, price, etc. Now, obviously, this is not going to look very on brand in terms of the blue, in terms of the fonts, etc. So you're going to actually want to customize this, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to go over to the text side of this, and you're just going to change this to whatever format you want. So change the font, change the sizing to literally whatever you really want. Let's call this Korea, right? Increase the font size, play around with that, make it 32, keep it 24, doesn't really matter. The point is you configure the colors and you configure the fonts to be on brand with you guys. Once that is done, you could literally just save the link from here. So just keep this block for now, because remember in the welcome series tutorial, I showed you guys to delete all of the other blocks, but here it's really important you keep this for now. You can delete the top text block, that's completely fine as well. Delete this is fine as well. And now you're left with a pretty like plain email, right? Obviously you're gonna wanna add the footer links, etc., etc. And you're going to want to start uploading your designs itself. So in this case, you can see we have the top half with the checkout, the bottom half with a button. So we essentially need to upload this into 2 individual slices. So I'm going to hit S and take out my slicing tool, and I'm going to hit slice 1, boom. And then I'm going to do another slice right here for the bottom of the email. So I'm just going to slice it right here. Boom. So that's the 2 slices that we have essentially. So we're going to export one of the slices to be this one right here. So we have slice 9. We hit export, boom, slice 9, and then we have slice 10, which is this part right here, export. Okay, so once the slices have been exported, you're gonna then wanna add the image blocks over to your email, right? And as you can see, there's like a header box. So you're just gonna go ahead and delete that. Gonna delete the header bar, boom, drag content there. And we're gonna drop an image, and we're gonna upload slice number 9 right here. So once it's being uploaded, give it a second to upload, it should replace this existing creative, and now you have something like this, right? And then obviously we're gonna update the buttons as well in the alt text. So alt text is complete your checkout today for 20% off, something like that, right? And then we're gonna add the link address to be the same CTA link as here, which is event extra checkout URL. So this way it takes people directly back to their checkout so that they don't need to go to the product page again, add whatever they want to cart, and it's gonna be a whole process, right? So this way it sends them straight back to checkout. Now we wanna add the second slice, so we're just literally gonna go over here, take another image, upload image right here, and then we're gonna select slice number 10, boom. So slice number 10 has been uploaded. We're just gonna copy the link address again, click, so we're gonna add the alt text, which is click here to save 20% today, boom. Really simple. And now we can go ahead and delete this part itself. So obviously right now, if I were to hit preview and test, this looks really out of place, right? In terms of the block being configured like this. So how can we make it look better? Well, we're first of all going to start by choosing a correct font, right? So you can see for the headers, they used like a more bold type of font, so obviously not Korea. So we're just going to highlight this and try to find a relevant font. I think this one probably could do quite well. And then in terms of text color, we want to make it black, right? To match the brand color. So we're just going to hit this, select this color right here. And because it's a link, that's why it's highlighted in blue, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to go to table settings. And so right now, because it's a link, the color displayed is blue, but essentially we just want to make sure all of the fonts match, right? So DS Sans normal, you can see this looks a lot better. And then in terms of getting the background to match, you just want to go to table settings, scroll all the way down to background color, and then in the background color, you're going to want to select the same shade of pink as the rest of the email. So in this case, it's this one right here. And we're just going to use our eyedropper Chrome extension in order to figure out what the hex code for it is. So as you can see, it's starting to come a lot more together, but the reason why there's still a bit of padding on the left and the right, so we're just going to go ahead and eliminate that, eliminate that, eliminate that, oops, padding 0, boom. So now that all the padding is basically going to be eliminated, you can see it looks a lot better, right? Only thing that's really left to be changed is essentially just like this product title section right here. So we're gonna hit copy, apply, boom, and then we're just gonna add the link back in. There you go. So now you can see it doesn't look blue anymore, and the email as a whole suddenly looks a lot more together. And then obviously we're going to change the background color of this to be the same pink as well, just to make it blend in real nice with the rest of the email. So we're just going to grab the hex code again, exit out of this, and boom, done. So as you can see, if I were to hit preview and test now, the email looks a lot better, right? Obviously with the dynamic segment, it's going to be pulled in if this Shopify integration was actually completed. But this is essentially how you build out the abandoned checkout email for this flow. So now obviously configure the preview text, you can hit done, add emails 2 and 3, and you're good to go. Now with this flow specifically, I generally like to have anywhere from 2 to 3 emails if it's like a longer sales cycle. Now with this flow, I like to have anywhere between 2 to 4, sometimes 5 emails in terms of length. Reason being is because if you're selling really high average order value stuff, then generally speaking, people are gonna take a lot more time to actually decide whether or not they wanna purchase from you, right? In which case, that's when you'll want a longer flow to actually follow people through the entire customer journey. And in terms of content, email 1 and 2 should be a reminder. 3, 4, and 5, you can implement different types of urgency. So in this case, I showed you guys how to use a discount in order to incentivize people to order. However, you don't want that to really ever be email 1, right? So you can see in this brand specifically, if I were to zoom in on the Figma file, you can see this was actually designed to be email 2, right? The reason being is because a lot of people are going to convert on the first email even without a discount, which is why we don't want to show any discounts on email 1. So that's essentially how you build out a checkout flow in a nutshell. In this module, I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how to build a abandoned cart flow for your e-commerce brand. The abandoned cart flow is super important, so please do pay attention to this because it's not actually the same thing as the abandoned checkout flow. So when you see most videos and most people talk about like the abandoned cart flow, they actually are talking about the abandoned checkout checkout flow. And the difference is the trigger. So the abandoned checkout flow, because it's higher intent, also at checkout, you know, when they put in their email address, you're also capturing the email, it's gonna have a higher volume. However, the abandoned cart flow still will generate a significant enough portion of revenue. However, it's just a little bit more complicated to build, since by default, it's not a metric that's built into Klaviyo's native integration with Shopify. So in this module, I'm gonna show you exactly how to install the metric, and then I'm also gonna be showing you how to build out the content for this flow specifically. So let's dive into it. So first things first, the metric that we're gonna be looking at, and this is just a demo account, is the added to cart metric. You can see that if you were to go into your Klaviyo account, scroll down a little bit into the analytics section, under the metrics part, you'll see that there is an added to cart metric in this account. By default, you guys will not have this. If you guys don't have this, or have this, but click into it and you see like a flat line essentially, that just means that it's either not installed correctly or your brand is too low in terms of volume. So let me show you how to actually install this metric, because you need this prior to getting started with building this flow. So you're gonna go ahead over to Google and just search Klaviyo added to cart metric. And the first article that should appear is gonna be something along the lines of like how to create an added to cart event in Shopify. You go onto that article and essentially just follow the instructions here. Of course, I'm gonna walk you through exactly how to do it. So first thing that you need is you need to identify like where to actually put this little snippet of code. Because what this does is in any Shopify store, you'll always have the add to cart button, right? So let's say I just select grab this deal, it adds things to cart, right? So what this snippet of code does, it essentially puts a bit of code on this button itself that essentially listens for when this button is clicked. And when this button is clicked, it's gonna fire the metric over in Klaviyo right here and trigger this flow as a result. Right? So that's what the code is essentially for. And we need to identify where to actually put the piece of code. And it just depends on what type of theme you have for your Shopify. So please watch this video, because you know, this is where people go wrong. And if you don't pay attention, you're gonna end up commenting like, oh, this video didn't work, right? So you're gonna then add the snippet to your store and then test the code. So first of all, let's figure out where to actually put your code. First things first, you're gonna need to go into your store. I'm just gonna use this as the test store, right? And you're gonna go into online store themes and then hit customize, right? So the first thing you're gonna do is click the customize button. And then you're gonna go to homepage, drop down, and then select product and select the default page, because if you sell multiple things, you're gonna wanna modify the default product page. So where it says homepage, go to products and then go to default product, boom. Once you're in the default product section, you're then gonna click add section at the left-hand side and see if you have a block called custom liquid. So what this is you're gonna wanna go all the way to this side, scroll all the way down, and then where it says here, click add section, scroll all the way down, and you can see in this specific instance, we have a custom liquid block, right? But what if you don't have this section, right? In which case you would go to this part of the section, which is basically online store themes, and then customize, and then click edit code. So let's pretend for a second, I'll go back to the custom liquid portion in a second. I just wanna show you guys how to get to the code section of themes. So you're gonna go into online themes, and then where it says the 3 dots, instead of clicking customize next to it, you're gonna click edit code. So again, if you don't have the custom liquid section, you're gonna click edit code, and you're gonna find the theme.liquid file. So I'm gonna type in theme, and you can see it's theme.liquid right here. This is where you would add the snippet essentially. So if this was the case, then essentially just watch this little clip right here of them adding it. You're gonna add the custom liquid. So you're gonna go over to the custom.liquid section, add custom liquid, boom, add the section, and over here, there's gonna be a little clip, right? What essentially that means is if you have other custom liquid sections and you need to move it up or down, you just simply, it just shows you how to like kind of drag and drop it up and down basically. You wanna add it to the very bottom pretty much. Now, if your theme doesn't have the custom liquid blocks, so I'm just gonna delete this one. You're gonna go over to your theme.liquid and you're gonna scroll all the way down to the bottom. This is essentially where we're gonna add the code. And if your theme doesn't have the custom.liquid block, you're gonna go over to the theme.liquid code section, and you're gonna scroll all the way down here, and you're gonna add the snippet right before where it closes the body tag. So don't add it here, don't add it here, and don't add it below the HTML. It needs to be added right above the body tag, right here. So I like to do it like this. That's essentially where you want to copy and paste the code. So let's see where the code is. This is the actual snippet for the script, right? So I'll demo how to add the custom liquid section, and then I'll also demo the code version of this. So if I were to add a custom liquid block, right? I'm going to go into the custom liquid and just going to hit paste, boom, following the instructions as said here. So you essentially just add section, then select custom liquid, paste the snippet in, and you're basically good to go. And then you're going to hit save. That's basically that. I'm going to delete this obviously because there's no need to have this section in here. But essentially that's for that section. And then if I were to add it here, the first thing I need to do is actually have a if statement open. So if product, so I'm just gonna copy this section first, if product, and then I'm gonna close this right here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and copy the snippet in between. So you can see this is what it should look like, right? Snippet goes between the two ifs. And then I'm just gonna go here, copy the code. If I'm going a little fast, feel free to just pause this video as needed, and then you're just gonna hit save. Once this is saved, obviously, because I've already installed this in the past, I'm just gonna delete this and hit save. The metric should already work for this specific test store, but basically you wanna hit save and the metric is installed. Again, if you go over here, you probably wouldn't see it at first straight away, just because the metric has never fired. Once it's fired, that's when you'll see the metric inside of your analytics dashboard, right? So we're gonna go ahead and test it. First things first, in order to test it, you're gonna wanna go to your home page and then just add the end, and then just add the following to the end of the URL. So if I were to show you on this demo store, it would be this right here. I need to make sure the right email is cookied essentially. So let's figure out an email that I can cookie, BZ acquisitions. Okay, so we'll do replace testing with an email that's already in your database. So now it's cookied, and then reload the page, just literally following the steps, honestly. And then navigate to your product page, and then click the add to cart button. So in my case, it'll be going over to, let's just search like Leo or something, like a Leo necklace, boom. Going over here, and then clicking add to cart, boom, there you go. So now that's done, you will then go into the profile, and then you should see the add to cart metric has literally just been fired. This is the product. If you see this on the profile, it means you're good to go. And now we're ready to actually build the flow itself. So I'm just gonna go ahead and close out these tabs that I used, and we're gonna go straight into building the flow. In order to build the abandoned cart flow, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use an example of a flow that we designed for a brand that we worked with a while ago, and I'm gonna show you exactly how to build this flow inside of Klaviyo right now. So obviously we do our designs inside of Figma. However, you can also choose to design within Canva, which is what I teach in this free course that I have. And as a bonus for watching this tutorial, one of the things I've actually built for you guys is a gallery with over 250 email templates that my team and I have designed over the past few months that I've put inside of a Figma file. If you want access to this, just simply sign up to my Ecom Elite newsletter. It's completely free. I give out ecom growth tips every single week. You'll get access to not only this, but also a bunch of other D2C growth resources that you might find useful when it comes to growing your e-commerce brand. This file is literally so large that the creatives aren't loading and it's taking a while, but yeah, this is the file you'll get access to from a view-only perspective, and you'll be able to draw inspiration and use this as like a swipe file essentially for all of your email designs. Now, when it comes to building this flow out itself, you're gonna first of all wanna go inside of Klaviyo, go over to create a flow, and then instead of using any of these, you're gonna search cart. And once you find cart, you're gonna scroll down a little bit, and the thing that you want to look for is the added to cart trigger. So once you see this, you're going to click here, and we're going to name this Plethora Free Email Course Demo. In your case, you would just put the brand name and abandoned cart flow, right? So you can see the prerequisites for this, Shopify integration is enabled, and then you're all set in terms of the added to cart metric being synced. So these two should be a green tick for you. If it's not, rewatch this video and also follow the steps on the document by Klaviyo religiously, because they do change that every 3 months, also like 3 to 6 months. So just to make sure there's not any updates, make sure you go through that. And if you see the 2 green ticks, that means you're good to go. You're then gonna hit create a flow, and we're gonna build this out together. So by default, Klaviyo has this as a 2 email long sequence. You can generally keep this between 2 to 4 emails long, just depends on the sales cycle of your brand. So in this case, for example, we have a 3 email long sequence by Lola Lashes that we're gonna build out. And essentially we're gonna go over to trigger, and then we're gonna see in the profile filters, checkout started 0 times since starting this flow, placed order 0 times. So this is actually a-okay. The only flow trigger we're gonna add, the only profile filter we're gonna add is just to exclude people who have been in this flow in the last 7 days. So in the last 7 days, if they've been through this flow, we exclude them from the flow. This just prevents people from entering and exiting the flow too often so that they don't get the same emails every single day and eventually unsubscribe, right? Second thing I want to do is I always like to shorten the delay. By default, it's 4 hours. Doesn't really make sense. Reason being is because if it's 4 hours long and I'm adding something to cart at like 10 p.m., let's say, right? 4 hours later is 2 a.m. You're going to kill the open rates. Whereas if I add something at, let's say, 10 p.m. and it's midnight, I'm probably most likely still awake. You see what I mean? So that's why I always like to shorten this delay. And in terms of the second delay, this again is too long. I like to keep this 22 hours. It's basically you want these 2 first delays to total 24 hours. Reason being is because we always have a very similar schedule when it comes to checking our cell phones, right? So in terms of maximizing someone's chances of actually seeing your email, you want to kind of sync when you send the emails to about the same window when people are most likely checking their phones, which is why we do it this way. So I'm just going to set that to 22 hours and we can go ahead and configure the emails. By default, I do not know why, but for whatever reason, Klaviyo always has skip recently emailed profiles with smart sending. I think this is just because when someone adds to cart, it might be they've already recently received a campaign. However, what we found is even if we send people multiple emails, it actually just gets people to buy more. So like I always like to turn smart sending off, especially for email 1 of flows, right? We don't want too many skipped profiles. So first things first, in terms of customizing the email, we always want to start with customizing the subject line, preview text, sender name, and sender email address, right? Once this is all done, you're going to hit save, and then that's when we'll dive into building out the content itself. So by default, you can see that the snippet is already customized, right? So we want to actually delete everything except for this section right here. We're going to customize that in a second. But pretty much, we're going to go over here, delete this section, and for this, we're also going to delete the section. So we're only left with this. The way I like to build out emails is always through images, right? Again, a lot of email marketers give me hate on this, and quite frankly, they just don't really know what they're doing. So the reason why we like to build it out in images, it not only saves us time, but also, yes, you can say, yeah, like really heavy emails like decreased deliverability. However, if we're doing literally 9 out of the 10 things right when it comes to deliverability, trust me when I say this, like adding a lot of images to your emails is not the problem here, right? HTML is just too complicated to build out, and if you're a brand and you're hearing about email marketers saying, hey, we should do emails with HTML, all of this, not only is it going to make your emails look worse, but also it's just a huge, huge headache to actually get it done right, right? And it's just not worth the time. So if you're a smaller brand, it's simply not worth it. And even if you're a bigger brand, as long as you know how to maintain deliverability, it's completely fine. So we're gonna go ahead and export this, right? So if you remember in my previous modules about how to actually build out emails inside of Klaviyo, we use something called the slicing tool, right? So we're just gonna hit S on Figma, and then we're just gonna export these in slices. So first slice is gonna be like this, second slice is gonna be from here all the way down, and we're gonna end the email right here, boom. So that's slice 1 and 2 completed, and we're just gonna export these as JPEGs. Now it's crucial that you export these as JPEGs and not PNGs, because if you export these as PNGs, you see the white area? On dark mode, what's gonna happen is that white area is gonna look gray because it's gonna export it as a transparent image, and that just looks horrible, right? So we always wanna export in JPEGs. That's like a really cool hack. Lola lashes, abandoned cart, email 1, let's call it that. And then we're gonna export slice number 2 as well. Export slice 2, boom. Lola lashes, abandoned cart, 1.1 for the slices, naming convention, and then we're just gonna go ahead and upload the images right here. So first of all, go over to downloads, and then go to slice 1, boom, uploading. Give it a second. And then we're gonna add in our alt text. Oh no, you forgot something. In terms of like an easy hack basically for alt text is you just want to enter what the main point of the image is. Lola lashes. Oh no, you forgot something. And in terms of link address, we just want to enter the link for the cart page, right? So when it comes to your cart page, it's normally just brandname.com/cart. So obviously just figure out where your cart page is and then send them back to that. And then the second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add the second image to complete the email. And then we're gonna go ahead and upload image like so, 1.1, boom. And then wait for it to upload and then add in the alt text and the link address as well. So image uploaded, alt text is click here to return to cart, and maybe just add a bit of copy as well. Unlock lashes of your dreams, whatever. Right? And then in terms of link address, you want to link it to the same link as here. And now let's customize the dynamic segment. So for the image, don't worry too much about that. Just simply add the alt text, added to cart product. We're going to call it like that. Event URL, it's fine. And then over on the text side, we're just going to go ahead and customize this, right, to the brand fonts. So if I remember correctly, look, if you can't find your brand fonts exactly on here, just pick something relatively similar. So you can see Poppins is kind of similar. And then in terms of this, we're also going to use Poppins, but we're not going to use a bold Poppins. So we're just going to call it Poppins normal, let's say, right? And for this, the color obviously does not align. So in terms of colors, we want to pretty much use black, since that's what their colors are like. So text color, you're just gonna select black right here. And the reason why this is, by the way, is just like the link is like that. So boom, apply, there you go. So now you can see the color is black and everything looks pretty much much better. And yeah, what's gonna happen now is whenever someone receives this email, they're gonna have the product right in here. So if I were to hit preview and test, right? Obviously the product is gonna be wrong because it's for a different brand, but you can see it pulls in the first image of the product and then also the price and everything right here. Ignore this, simply this is a test store, so this is actually inactive product. But if you customize the product right, everything's gonna look fine for your brand. So once you hit save, right? This email is pretty much ready to go live. You're then just gonna do the same for emails 2 and 3, and then you'll be able to toggle the flow live. And in terms of results, this flow should generate around 20-ish% of what your abandoned checkout flow does. So if your abandoned checkout flow is gonna generate $100,000 a month for you, then this one should add around another $20,000 a month or so. That's basically it for building out abandoned cart flows. So in this module of the free course that I'm putting on my YouTube channel, teaching everyone how to do email marketing, I'm gonna show you guys how to build a abandoned product sequence or abandoned product flow. Some people might call it the browse abandonment flow. It's actually one of the super easy retargeting flows to do, and it's gonna generate around 2 to 3% extra revenue every single month for your brand. And it's gonna generate anywhere from 10 to 20% of what your abandoned checkout flow generates. 10 to 30% actually, depending on your brand and your niche. So how I'm gonna break this module down is I'm gonna first of all show you the prerequisites that you need to have in order to actually build this flow. Because again, similar to the abandoned cart flow, It's not a metric that by default is enabled in Shopify. However, this is so much easier to actually integrate with Klaviyo compared to the abandoned checkout where you need to do code and that kind of stuff. And then I'm going to show you some content that I've done in the past for a brand that we worked with, and I'm going to show you how to actually build the flow live with me inside of Klaviyo. So let's dive into it. First things first, you're going to want to go into the integrations section of your Klaviyo account, and you do that by going over to the bottom left-hand side in the corner where it says your brand name and click into integrations, and there you're going to find Shopify. You're going to click into here, and you're just going to make sure that this viewed product tracking is checked, right? And Klaviyo app embed is enabled on your Shopify store. If this is like a yellow or red icon right here, then you'll just need to click this part right here and just make sure the slider button on Shopify is like ticked, hit save on Shopify, and then make sure this is ticked right here. And then you're going to hit update settings. Obviously for this brand specifically, this test account, it's already done. And once this is completed, you're ready to build the flow essentially. Now the flow that I'm going to demo is for this brand right here that we did a while back. You can see this is the content. We did a 3 email sequence. First email is just reminder based, showcasing the various products that they have. Email 2 and 3 is more so with a bit of urgency, as well as implementing a discount. You can see we add some urgency through a countdown timer here, which is added dynamically. So that's why we have some blank space here to save for the countdown, and the content is fairly straightforward. And if you're wondering how to actually design templates like this, watch a few modules back. I actually showed you guys exactly how to write copy for e-commerce brands, as well as how to do the email designs itself within Canva, so that it's like super easy. Even if you're a beginner, you can do it within Canva. Figma, it's like slightly harder. You're not gonna be able to achieve the same level of detail essentially that we have, but you're gonna be able to get somewhat close. So if you're a brand sub 50K a month doing it in-house, Canva is good enough. Or if you're just a freelancer looking to get some quick results for your clients, Canva is kind of okay. But to help you along, what I've actually created is this swipe file with over 250 email templates that you could just look at, get some inspiration from, and get an idea of how we actually structure our email. So if you want access to this file, just make sure to subscribe to my newsletter, and the first email I send you is gonna have like a link to a bunch of resources, this being one of them. It's completely free to sign up, and I'm also gonna be sending out weekly e-commerce growth tips, so yeah, check it out. Now, let me show you how to actually structure the flow within Klaviyo. So first of all, you're gonna go over to the Flows tab and then click Create Flow, and when you come to this section, you're gonna search Browse Abandonment, right? And you're gonna hit Standard Shopify Flow, and you're just gonna name this Plethora Browse Abandonment. And you can see on the prerequisite side, Shopify integration is enabled. You're all set, view product data is being synced at the moment, so this is awesome. You wanna make sure both these are ticked and green, then you can move on to the next step. So by default, the viewed product flow is only 1 email long. However, you can extend this to between 2 to 3 emails. It doesn't need to be super long, especially if you have the other abandoned flows live on the account. And if you want to know what those abandoned flows are or how to actually build those, you can find other modules within this free course that shows you exactly how to do that. So first things first, you're going to double check the filters, right? Checkout started 0 times since starting this flow, placed orders, that's fine. We're also going to exclude people who add to cart as well, and reduce the number of days down to 10 to 14 days. You generally don't want to have 30 days because 30 days is a bit too long. However, I find that anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks, that to be kind of the sweet spot for not sending people the repeated flows. So we're just gonna add another profile filter, which is basically just gonna be what someone has or has not done, choose metric, add it to cart, boom, 0 times since starting this flow, and we're gonna hit save. So once this is all done, I like to reduce this delay. Generally speaking, you can do like anywhere from like 1 hour, 30 minutes to like 2 hours. The important thing is the second delay. So the second delay should be 24 hours minus whatever the first delay is. So if this delay was 2 hours, then this delay should be 22 hours. And if this delay was 1.5 hours, it should be 22.5 hours, right? So let's say I set this to 1 hour, 30 minutes. Then hit save. This delay should essentially be 22 and 30 minutes, right? The idea is they should total to 24 hours. Now, in terms of the email setup itself, you want to always scroll down to the bottom and disable smart sending. This is just not necessary. I know Klaviyo likes to do it for like the first flow, but I'm not a huge fan. Ideally, you want to maximize the volume, and if your deliverability is correctly managed, smart sending in terms of the abandoned flows should not really be enabled. So once you have that done, you're then going to edit the subject line and the preview text. Obviously, just put something relevant. It doesn't need to be anything too crazy, you know? Sticking with the standard ones always work. It doesn't really matter. Did you see something that you liked? The reason why I don't actually like using the Klaviyo's defaults is actually because most brands are going to use this exact one. So I would just like to, you know, change it up a little bit. So I might say something like, if I was selling fashion, for example, right? Did you want to try this on? Something like that, right? Because people can order it, try it on, return it, etc. Right? Did you want to try this on if it was a fashion brand, or saw something you liked for your lashes? Because in this case, we're working with a brand called Lola Lashes, right? So saw something for your lashes, that could be an example, right? But you essentially just want to keep the subject line relatively generic, make sure smart sending is off, hit save, and we can customize the content. For the template itself, you just want to go ahead and hit edit. Obviously, this is like a demo account, so I'm not actually gonna like turn anything on live. But essentially what you want to do is you want to delete this section right here, delete basically everything except the dynamic segments and the buttons, right? So you're going to want to delete all of this, and you're going to want to drag and drop the image blocks. Because how we're going to export the emails is we're actually just going to upload them as JPEGs. It's really important as JPEGs because PNGs will have transparent backgrounds, and as a result, your emails are going to look really horrible in dark mode. Now, I know there's a lot of email marketers and freelancers watching this that are going to be in the comments saying, oh yeah, you shouldn't upload images because it's like bad for deliverability. I'll be honest, everyone that said that to me, after I've spoken to them, they don't manage that many accounts. They don't do that much revenue for e-com brands. I'm telling you, this way that I'm showing you guys how to do it is actually the best way, because if you do it through HTML, it's not really worth it for the ROI on your time. Super time consuming and really difficult to actually nail the aesthetic of the email. So I always like to export it in terms of images. We don't really see it affect load time. Like, this is not 2015 where everyone's still using like 3G or whatever. Like, we have 4G, 5G internet. Like, stuff loads quickly now, right? It doesn't really matter. And in terms of deliverability, if you're managing 90% of the deliverability stuff correctly when it comes to segmentation and compliance, honestly, having images is not really gonna affect it, especially if you have the correct alt text, etc., right? So before you guys go in the comment section and blame me for that, just know that I don't really care. We do a great job. So over on Figma, how you're going to want to export this, again, as always, is with the slice tool. So to get the slice tool, you just hit S on Figma, and you're just going to slice up the designs, right? So I'm just going to modify that, boom, leave some space for the dynamic product, and we're just going to modify the slice right here again. We might want to shorten this one a little bit, you know, just get it like this, nice and tight, and then scroll all the way down to the bottom. Right here, we're going to export this as a slice. We're going to do another slice, which is like, oops. We're just going to make sure to don't overlap any of the slices, right? And then the last slice is right there, and then we're going to do a final slice right here. Okay, perfect. So now that we have all of the slices, we're just going to essentially export these one by one, right? So we're going to take a look at this slice right here. This was the one that I just created, export slice 1, LL, abandon, browse, email 1, slice 1. So we're going to call this 1.1 for slice 1. Copy the title, boom. Slice 2, we're going to look at this one right here, boom. Slice 4, we're going to export this, export, boom. Slice, replace, and then we're going to export slice 5, which is this one. Yep, export it. We're going to call this point 2 so that we know exactly how to actually load it. Slice 3, export, load the name, point 3, and then slice 7. So actually we need to find this slice right here. So slice 7 is actually slice 5. We're going to find the other slice, missing slice, because this was done previously. Okay, I can't seem to find the previous slice, so we're just gonna slice it ourselves. So it's right here, and we're gonna go right here. There you go. Boom. And we're gonna export this, 4, and then we're gonna export slice 7 as a 5, boom, 5. So now that we have all of the slices, essentially what we're going to do is we're just going to upload them one by one, right? So we're going to upload this one and then add the alt text. Boom. Alt text is you have free shipping on orders over £30. You have great taste. In terms of alt text, honestly, you just want to keep it fairly simple. Just like take the copy from the image itself. And then in terms of link address, you can see it links it to the organization URL. You actually want to link it to some sort of collections page, right? So I would actually discard this button right here. And then we're going to look at what the second section is. So we're going to import this section right here, right, in terms of the button and beneath it. So we're going to drag in another image and upload image, boom, slice 2, you get the picture. So when it comes to the slice 2, it's basically you want to upload the image for this Sapphire hybrid liner kit in terms of the CTA. So you're just going to put get Sapphire hybrid magnetic liner kit. And you can see basically that's just the same process repeated, right? In terms of link address, we want to add the link to the product page of this. And then that's it. We basically just add in all of the slices in sequential order. So I won't bore you with that. I'll just do a time lapse of me adding it real quick. Add in the alt text, rose, quartz, hybrid magnetic kit. Make sure to add the link. There you go. Then we're going to go back, add another block. There you go. Image, upload image. I think this is 4. Looks good. And then finally, we do this section right here. For this link to collections page, right? So now if I were to preview this email, you can see it dynamically pulls in the image and it looks pretty good for the most part, right? However, you'll notice that in the dynamic section, why is this green, right? Why are the font incorrect? And why is the picture like this? So what we want to do is we actually want to customize this by going into the dynamic segment itself, and we're going to modify the image, right? So first of all, we're going to go over to the image and make sure it's correct. We can put image for the alt text, boom, that's sorted. And then we're going to go over to the text and we're just going to customize the font, right? So obviously we don't necessarily have the exact font for the brand. So we're just going to go ahead and find something relatively similar. So you can see at the top right here, it looks like some sort of Poppins medium maybe as like the headings. And then obviously we don't really want this like handwritten typography. So in which case we're just going to use another Poppins font, but we're going to make it standard, right? So we're going to go ahead and search for Poppins and we're going to go for like a normal Poppins type of font. And then in terms of the link right here, you can see it's like link URL, but we want to make sure the text is actually black. So select text color. We're just going to go ahead and select black, boom, and add the link back in, apply. You can see it looks right for the most part. It's just that because this is a demo account, I set it originally to my agency colors. But if you were to set this on an organizational level, this link underline should appear to be whatever you really want it to be. So now if I were to preview the email again, you can see that for the most part, it looks a lot more natural, obviously minus the green lines. And also, obviously, because this is like a demo store, it's not pulling Lola Lash's products, but if it was, it's gonna look much more natural, right? So you're gonna then go ahead and hit save, and then just go ahead and configure the rest of the emails within this flow, and you can go ahead and then just turn it on live, update action statuses, hit it live, and you're done. Hey guys, so in this tutorial, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to build out the customer thank you flow within Klaviyo for your Shopify brand. So basically how this tutorial is gonna break down is, unlike other videos in the past that I've done or you might have seen around the post-purchase journeys, I'm gonna show you guys how to build it live first, because honestly, that's like the really quick part. I'm then gonna explain to you guys kind of the way you guys should be thinking about the customer thank you series and how to actually configure the delays properly. Because when it comes to the post-purchase sequence, you'll notice that a lot of agencies or just brands in general will set them up as just like a conditional split with new customers versus returning customers. And the problem with that is, quite frankly, the thank you message is just not good enough. Because like, if you've repeatedly bought from the same store multiple times, right, and you're getting the same, hey, thank you again for placing an order, like it gets really boring really quickly for the consumer, and it doesn't feel like really personalized in any way. Now, the way I'm going to show you how to do it is not necessarily going to be from a hyper-personalized approach, because honestly, that takes a ton of work. And unless you're a brand doing, $1 million a month plus with very specific returning customer rates, KPIs to hit, it's just not going to be super relevant, right? So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you guys through the mindset that we have when it comes to configuring the content within a customer thank you sequence, and kind of walk you through the various directions you can go down as a brand when it comes to building out your post-purchase journey. So let's dive into it. So right now on screen is just a demo Klaviyo account that we have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the flow section, hit create a new flow. And essentially I'm going to show you guys how to build out the structure within Klaviyo, and then I'm going to show you some example content that we've done for one of the brands that we've worked with in the past, showing you guys how to actually upload the content live together. So first of all, you'll see by default there's going to be a customer thank you sequence here, but in case it's not there for you, you'll just search thank you and go ahead and select that template. And then as always, I like to name them after my agency name, thank you, like so. And we're then gonna go ahead and just hit create a flow. So once we've actually gone ahead and created the flow, what's gonna happen is you're gonna see that this is the template by default. And I don't know why Klaviyo has the delay until 1 day with the 9 a.m. fixed time delay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and delete that. But in terms of the flow filters, it's fairly straightforward. The only thing that we really need to add is just a profile filter that filters for people that places an order since the start of this flow. So I'm just going to select placed order since start of flow, boom, 0 times since starting this flow. I'm going to go ahead and save that, because once someone places another order in quick succession, you don't really want to send them more of the customer thank you sequence, right? Because the reason why that filter is missing straight away is because by default, it's only 1 email long. And the way I'm gonna explain to you guys the content behind the customer thank you flow is gonna mean that it's gonna be a multi-email long flow. So right off the bat, you'll see that the way they do the conditional split is just placed order equals 1 time over all time. And if it is, that means they're a first time buyer. If it's not, then they're a repeat customer. And you can see the whole messaging is basically thank you this is like one of the owners from the brand name. And it's just like a really generic thank you message, right? And then on this side, it's basically, wow, thank you again for purchasing. Like, customers who buy from you guys again, they know it's like they're a repeat buyer, right? So just tailor the content a specific way if you want to go down that route, but I'm going to show you some other routes as well. So because we're not going to use this conditional split, I'm just going to delete the no path specifically, and we're going to be left with something like this, right? You're what makes us great. And basically this email 1 is supposed to be like an order confirmation or like an order acknowledgement, right? Because obviously by default, the order confirmations are sent through Shopify. We don't actually want to change that, because the Shopify native templates are very standard across the board for many e-commerce brands. And as a result, what happens is people are used to receiving that style of emails. So when they see like a template from Shopify, it's almost like a symbol of trust almost, because it looks like you've essentially placed an order from basically all other Shopify stores. And because Shopify stores in general have a pretty good reputation, seeing that email is like quite reassuring to customers. So what this email is supposed to be is more like a dedicated letter sent to the customer post-purchase, kind of explaining the next steps of what's actually to come in terms of expectations around delivery windows, potential like instructions on how to use a product, but also more importantly, like a thank you note from the founder themselves, right? So that's essentially what email 1 generally looks like. And then we're going to configure the time delay for email 2. And then we're going to configure another delay for email 3. So this is actually how to build out the structure for the customer thank you sequence. Obviously you want to set up the time delay, but I'm not going to set it up just yet because I'm going to walk you guys through exactly how all of this stuff works, right? So there's actually quite a few variations when it comes to the customer thank you series in terms of, number one, the most standard one is just thanking the customer for placing order. The second variation is more so specifically tailored to like dropshippers, where the delivery window, let's say, might be over 10 business days as opposed to this 2 or 3 standard day shipping if you are warehousing or fulfilling in the same country as the end user, right? So if you're in a dropshipping space and you're fulfilling through something like Express or whatever, right? Obviously it's gonna take a couple of weeks. So how do you actually break that down for the audience? And this is also kind of relevant for the brand side of things if you are selling pre-orders or you don't necessarily currently have stock or you have some sort of warehouse delay, right? This is what I like to put in the second email, which is gonna be some sort of delay email, right? So, and this is actually a psychological trick that I learned from Uber, right? Because initially Uber was just a taxi app where you basically request a taxi and it just shows up in front of your door in any given period of time, right? The problem with that was it didn't really differentiate itself from traditional taxi companies where you pick up the phone and they give you an ETA of how long to wait roughly and they're outside your door essentially. So what Uber did was they realized that people don't actually like to wait for a long period of time, but the underlying problem wasn't able to be solved by just reducing the wait times. Instead, what they did was they introduced the map system. So if you order an Uber now, you'll see that there's like a little car icon, right? Like driving closer and closer towards you. So people didn't necessarily care how long they needed to wait. It was, the more important thing was to be able to know that the car is actually progressing towards them, right? So that's why they added the GPS feature to show how far the ride is away from. So essentially what we're doing here psychologically on a very low level is basically breaking down that 14-day shipping window. So in email 2, which we normally would set a delay of, let's say 2 or 3 days, we might say something like, hey, apologies, there's been a delay at the warehouse and we're really working hard to fulfill your order, we're looking into it, etc., etc. And then on, let's say, day 5, we might then send out a shipping confirmation saying, hey, congratulations, apologies for the delay, but your order is shipped. Now, we can actually templatize this for every single order if you're a dropshipper, since you know, every order gets like delayed, quote unquote, but in reality it's just standard processing times. And if you're decently high level in dropshipping, one of the things you probably would have arranged with your couriers is to only send out the shipping numbers once the goods land in the US ports, right? So the tracking number never gets sent out until like day 5, day 6 anyways, right? So as a result, when we say the order is shipped, it's already been in transit for 5 days, but to the user's mind, it's just been shipped so that it arrives in a timely manner. You see what I mean? So essentially that's like one way of doing the dropshipping route. Now, if you're more of a brand and you want to deliver more information to, let's say, a first-time buyer, for example, you'll see that in the example of the brand that I'm showing you how to set up right now. So this email is from a customer thank you flow that we did for a brand that sold hair care products, right? And essentially what this was because they're selling shampoo and conditioner in a bar form, there needs to be some tutorials on how to actually use the product itself, right? So for example, when I first bought this product myself to test it out for the brands that I do work with, I was just like putting it in my hands and then like, you know, massaging the product into my hair. But what I realized later on was actually you should just put the bar on your head and just, you know, start rubbing it on your head, which, you know, kind of looks a bit funny. But yeah, so that's basically how you're supposed to use the bars, right? And without a bit of instructions, I wouldn't have known to do that. Because if I just rubbed it into my hand, I wouldn't get as good of a result, but also less of the actual bar would be used, meaning that it's gonna take me longer to actually repurchase, right? So if you're a product that actually requires some sort of instructional tutorial, sending that in the actual email would be very helpful as well. So that's what I would recommend you guys include in the content from like an email 2 or 3 perspective. But essentially email 2 should be timed when the order is actually shipped, and email 3 should be timed around the time when the order is received. Now, if you're using a fulfillment tool like ShipStation or various other tools that actually sends out the alerts to Klaviyo, what you can do is break this flow down into individual flows based on the triggers like fulfilled order or shipment is received, order received, something like that is the triggers that ShipStation actually gives you. And also depending on the courier service that you guys actually end up using, right? So pretty much that's what it is in terms of the email 2 and 3 content. Now you can also include upsells and things along those lines. However, the problem with upsells is that a lot of brands make the mistake of just discounting the original product to hell, because that was the best practice recommendation back in like, I think it was like 2018 or 2019, if I'm not mistaken, by this company called Zipify, by Ezra Firestone, who's like an OG in the space. Basically, they found through like many iterations of split testing that when you're upselling people, when you're upselling individuals, especially in the consumable space like supplements and stuff, the uptake rate, if you're just upselling more of the same product they actually bought, was much higher than upselling like, let's say, complementary products, right? So what a lot of people do now in emails is that in customer thank you 1 and 2 is that they discount the original product that the person purchased. So in this case, right, if we were to take shampoos, let's say, right? Let's say I buy 1 bar of shampoo. In the upsell emails, they would just say, hey, get 2 more bars of shampoo for like 10 bucks, even though I paid 30 for the original bar, right? The problem with that is it drops the perceived value of the brand massively. So essentially when it comes to upselling, you really need to think about offers in a way where it doesn't actually diminish the value of the brand. And there's very easy ways to do that. So for example, one of the things when it comes to upselling complementary products in the supplement space that we like to do is position it as like, we're selling these complementary products at cost to you. But obviously when you're saying we're selling it at cost, it makes it seem like nobody wants it, right? So how do you psychologically make people think that this is actually still a desirable product? Well, what we did was, and obviously there was margins, it wasn't actually at cost, right? So what we did instead was we say, hey, we're selling you these complementary products at cost, and this offer is only available to you because you just placed the order with this product, because if you consume these 2, it's gonna make the original product so much more effective, so that way you're gonna buy more of the original product from us in the future, right? So how you see how by positioning it like this, like, hey, we're giving these 2 products away at cost to us, because it's going to enhance the experience of this product, therefore you're going to come back and buy more of this product, so we're incentivized that way, right? So if you're doing any type of upsells, really think about it in terms of aligning incentives with the brand and the user. Obviously the brand is profit driven, the user is outcome driven, they're buying results from you guys. If you can align those 2 goals, then that's basically how you do upselling effectively in the post-purchase customer thank you sequence. So now let me show you guys exactly how to actually build this specific template out, and I'll explain to you what these dynamic blocks are. So now let me show you guys how to actually build this specific customer thank you email out inside of Klaviyo, and then I'll explain to you guys what we actually mean by dynamic blocks once this template is built out. I'll kind of explain how we implement these. Now, if you look at the content, you'll see that the messaging here is you've received your order, right? The thing is, this email is actually not customer thank you email 1, so obviously this doesn't actually normally go into here, but this is actually on order confirmation. But I figured this would be a really good example to demo in terms of showing you guys the different stages of the actual content itself, rather than just showing you guys how to upload another email template. So basically what we want to do is, right, we want to just export this as a JPEG. We always want to do JPEGs as opposed to PNGs, just because then you don't get the transparent background problems, which causes a whole host of issues inside of dark mode. So we're going to export this as a frame 1, and we're just going to call this SZ thank you 1, right? Obviously it's not thank you one, but just take it with a grain of salt. And we're gonna go ahead in here and just upload the actual content itself. So we're gonna go ahead and edit the email template. Of course, this is after we've changed the subject lines, preview text, etc. We're gonna go ahead and delete these blocks right here. And then we're just gonna go ahead and drag in a image block, upload the image, and obviously, you know, watch the tutorial I have out about uploading emails and the various blocks to use, but this is the most simplistic way to do it, pretty much. I know sometimes I get a lot of hate in terms of, oh, Boyan, you're uploading the whole image, and that's gonna affect open rates and deliverability because it's like a heavy email. The truth is, anybody that comments that don't really know anything about email marketing. We've been doing this for literally years, and it's always worked very consistently. Why? Because we do everything else when it comes to deliverability right, in terms of segmentation, making sure compliance is in order, setting up the domains properly, warming it up properly, etc. So yeah, just don't comment in the comments about me doing it like this. I promise you, it's just gonna save you a ton of time. And the people that say, oh, you should code everything in HTML, what happens is they end up with very shitty looking emails. That's just the truth of it. So yeah, if you're gonna drop a comment, save yourself the time. This is the way to do it. Literally like 8-figure, 9-figure brands do it exactly like this. So it's all good. Anyways, the thing that you gotta do is you wanna add the alt text. So thank you for placing an order with us. Here's your order confirmation. And then in terms of CTA links, you can really drive this anywhere. You can drive this to the home page, contact us page, FAQ page, shipping and returns informations page. It doesn't really matter, just make it relevant to the actual image itself, right? And obviously you wanna make sure padding is removed left and right, because if I were to add some padding, it's gonna end up looking a bit weird inside of dark mode on mobile, because the borders are gonna be essentially cropped out, right? So now that everything is uploaded with the CTA links and everything, we can go ahead and just send a preview, make sure it looks okay in mobile and desktop. So you'll see that this is kind of what it looks like roughly inside of mobile. And we wanna always send a test before we make anything live. So we're just gonna send a test, and then we're gonna go ahead and return to flow, right? So that's basically email one configured. Obviously you wanna modify the sender name, subject line, add some preview text, etc. But you might be wondering, okay, Boyan, this seems ridiculously simple. What do you guys actually do different? Well, actually, we have something called dynamic blocks, right? So inside of Klaviyo, if you see here, when I go into the edit template section and I drag in a new image block, right? Just to demo it to you guys. When it says browse image, you can actually have dynamic images. You can have, basically, with the dynamic images, what happens is you can actually code if-then statements. You can actually code in if-else statements. So basically what we do it, how we did it with this brand specifically was we coded a bunch of if-then statements where it's like, if someone orders a shampoo, we send them the shampoo instructions. If they order a conditioner, we send them the conditioner instructions. If they order this, then we send them this, etc., etc. And we kind of like layer all of the images on top of each other. And you'll see that that's where this essentially goes. So in terms of how to use your new bars, showing the dynamic sections, and basically we just add an image block that pulls in dynamically what the person actually bought in terms of whether it be a conditioner, shampoo, or the serum treatment bars. So that's what essentially the dynamic section in the customer thank you series looks like. If you were to ask me the code, honestly, I don't even know. My team just handles it at this point. Like, honestly, no clue. That's essentially how you build out the customer thank you flow. In this module of the free email marketing course that I'm publishing onto my channel, we're gonna be covering how to build out the customer win back flow within your Klaviyo account for your Shopify brand, or WooCommerce, BigCommerce, whatever, right? So pretty much how this tutorial is going to be broken down is I'm going to explain what the customer win back flow is designed to do, and then I'm going to show you guys how to build it out in Klaviyo Live, as well as show you some design template examples of the content that we're able to produce as an agency for the clients that we work with. By the way, if you're a brand watching this, I don't know why you're doing email marketing yourself. You should just outsource it, because it's not top of funnel and it's not the highest leverage thing you should be focusing on as an e-com founder, right? Anyways, let's dive into it. So basically, first things first, you always want to start by going into the flow section, and we're going to go ahead and find the win back template. So the one that we actually want to do is going to be the standard template as opposed to the A/B test time delay template. Testing two like time delays is okay, but it's not like super high leverage. Obviously, if you want to include some SMS, then pick the SMS flow, but because this is an email only tutorial, we're going to go with the standard one, right? So we're always going to name this the agency name with customer win back, something like that, right? And we're just going to go ahead and create a flow. Now, what the customer win back flow is designed to do is essentially, as the name suggests, win back a customer that has not bought from you in a while, right? So obviously it's not just about having a 75-day time delay with like a bunch of emails. You really got to understand the mindset of someone who hasn't bought from you for so long, right? So basically, let me dive into that customer like psychographic first of all, right? So that customer either hasn't bought back from you for one of these reasons. They've forgotten about you. They didn't actually use the product itself once it arrived. They didn't like the product, or they want to buy it, but you know, it's like one of those things which is like, you have a bottle of supplements, it's about to run out, and you're just like, you know, I could probably buy it another time. I could wait a little bit. I can't be asked to place the order right now. And there's just no real incentive for people to buy like right now, right? So essentially this flow gives them a reason to, and also handles any potential objections that they might have had around the original product. So that's what essentially the flow is designed to do. Now, when it comes to configuring the time delay, the thing that you got to factor in is if you want to delay until a specific time of day, because you see that with your campaigns, a certain time of day performs really, really well for your audience, then you're going to want to select the time of day. But you're probably going to want to select local recipient's local time zone as opposed to whatever time zone you have the account set to, right? And then in terms of the time delay, let me go over kind of like how to actually configure this in reality. So if you're selling a product that is designed to be consumed within, let's say, a 30-day window, right? You're going to want to add a 2.5x multiple in terms of that designated cycle. So let's say I'm selling a bottle of supplements that's like a 30-day supply, right? I'm gonna multiply 30 days by 2.5, which equates to 75, and I'm gonna set the customer win back at that amount of days. However, if you're selling a non-consumable product, the rule of thumb is to refresh it at every season or every launch or every product cycle that you guys actually do. So for example, if you're in the fashion space, right, people tend to want to renew their wardrobe every season, or they might want to buy something, you know, as the seasons change. So in that case, you want to sync it to, let's say, a 90-day basis, right? Because that's 1 quarter of the year, right? And after 90 days, generally people are either looking to come back and buy from you or are in the market for a very similar product like yours. So that would be jewelry, fashion, accessories, etc. However, if you're in a, let's say like a fast consumable space, let's say not like a supplement, but rather, you know, you're selling 14 cans of drinks or like cereal or something, which generally gets like consumed within about a week or so, right? Then you're gonna wanna have the customer win back as, let's say, 30 days, maybe even 45. Right? So you really want to time the customer win back sequence to the purchasing cycles of your audience. And if you're, let's say, a drop-based brand and you're doing like really hyped up product launches, you're going to want to sync back the customer win back sequences with the dates that you roughly do the launches, right? So that's basically that. Now let's talk about the actual content itself. First things first, I always like to disable smart sending, because smart sending is just like, honestly, it's not that relevant, to be honest. So once smart sending has been disabled, you're going to want to go ahead and hit save, and then let's talk about the actual content itself, right? So this is an example of a kind of like cosmetics lashes brand that we worked with called Lola Lashes. They're pretty big in the UK, and essentially this is their customer win back flow, right? Which basically just presents them with an offer saying, hey, get 15% off your next order, because their audience themselves are relatively price sensitive, right? So basically, just by serving them the relevant offer, they can convert a pretty big portion of their audience. Now, obviously, if you're a product that needs a bit more education, or maybe if you're dropshipping, right, the first order took a while to reach the customer, of course, people are gonna have different objections in their heads about why they don't wanna actually place an order with you guys again, right? So if you're a dropshipper, in the customer win-back sequence, you might want to include some things around like, oh, we've actually improved our shipping times, or like we've upped the product quality, we've included better packaging, etc. Like we've made the product better without raising the price, so you're getting better value for money, as well as giving some pretty nice incentives for people to buy from you again, right? But because this brand did pretty much everything right from a brand perspective, just serving people simple offers can convert a pretty big portion of the people that are eligible for win back, right? So essentially what we would do is we would just take this template, slice them up, upload them as image blocks inside of Klaviyo, and we're pretty much good to go. And I'm gonna show you guys how to do exactly that right now. So basically what you're going to want to do is, if you're using Figma as your design tool of choice, you're going to go ahead and press S, the S key on your laptop or desktop or whatever, and you're just going to create a slice, right? Every slice should be created based on what CTAs you're driving the traffic to, right? So for example, this is going to be slice number 1. I'm just going to make sure it covers all of the text and everything. Zoom in to make sure it's not going any extra outside of the range. And because this is gonna get driven to another product page, right? So we're gonna wanna do this as the slice number 2, and we're just gonna lower it down a little bit so that it doesn't overlap with the other slice. Drag this out a tiny bit just to make sure it aligns, boom. And then we're gonna create another slice right here, which is gonna be covering this section right here, and the final section already has a slice to it, so I don't really need to add any more slices. The only last thing I need to slice is this portion of the email right here. So boom, so that's all done. Now what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna export all of this, right, as a JPEG like I always do, and I'm gonna upload them inside of Klaviyo. So I'm just gonna go ahead and highlight all of the different slices, and I believe this slice is this one right here, so we're just gonna drag this down to maybe here. Slice 1, slice 2, slice 3, slice 4. Oh, that's 4. And slice 5. So we're gonna export all of these as individual slices. Boom, export as a JPEG, export slice. We're gonna call this LL customer win back 1.1. So 1.1 slice. So email 1 slice 1, export as a JPEG. Again, you always want to export this as a JPEG, guys, just because otherwise it might have a transparent background, and also JPEG is a lossy compression algorithm, so the file sizes will be smaller as well. So we're going to call this customer winback 1.2 to signify as the second slice. Export again, LLCW 1.3, boom, and 1.4, so it's LLCW 1.4, boom, 1.5, there you go. So now I'm gonna go ahead and take it over to Klaviyo. We're gonna first of all edit the subject lines and the preview text, right? So I'm probably gonna say something like, come back and get 15% off. Obviously this is very generic. I'm not putting too much thought into this. Your lashes are waiting. I mean, these are, yeah, like I wouldn't take these as like excellent copywriting or whatever, but this is what it is, right? So pretty much, oh, I made like a joking product page ages ago. So now that we're inside of this template, we're just gonna go ahead and delete these blocks because honestly, they're not super relevant. And we're gonna go ahead and delete this section, drag in an image block like we always do. And we're gonna delete the header bit as well. Just delete that. Boom, upload the images, link up the relevant URLs. So for this, it would be LLCW1, upload, and we're gonna go to Lola Lashes to their URL. I think it's Lola Lashes UK, that's fine. And for this, we're probably gonna send them to the collections page, right? As opposed to anything else. Send them to the collections page. Alt text description is just like, get your lashes for your next order. Now, the reason why I don't put 15% a lot of the time or include discounts in the alt text, sometimes I do, it doesn't necessarily matter as much. It's just because the alt text is the thing that loads prior to the image loading. And if you put like 15, the percentage sign, discounts, this, that, buy one, get one free, whatever, save dollars, like the dollar sign. It's actually like a spam trigger in that sense because it feels like, you know, it's like a financial email or whatever. But basically that's why I put the alt text like that. We're gonna add the collections page, make sure the padding is removed so that it looks nice and smooth in terms of the borders. And we're just gonna hit done. We're gonna drag another block right underneath here, right? And we're gonna then upload image 2. Make sure it's linked to the relevant product itself, right? So I'll go ahead and find the product page URL and just put LW Gold Digger. I think there's actually a spelling error here. I'll go ahead and fix that. Gold Digger. No, it's actually called Gold Digger. I think, yeah, it's actually called Gold Digger. All right, Gold Digger, Russian hybrid. So basically for the product display sections, I like to just use the product names itself, magnetic lash. And obviously with Russia having a lot of sanctions, I'd probably remove the Russian part from this just in case it becomes like a spam keyword or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's not, but you know, just in case. Then we're gonna link to the product page itself, which is gonna be right here. Make sure the link is pasted in, boom. And then we're just gonna add the rest of the image blocks. Now, a lot of the time, honestly, I get a bunch of hate for using just image blocks pretty much in our emails. Of course, we use tables and stuff like that as well, but it's a bit more rare. And people are commenting, oh, you're gonna have deliverability issues. But the thing is, I promise you, I've been doing this for years. We don't have deliverability issues. Why? Because we do 9 out of the 10 things correct. And if we were to upload this as like HTML or custom code everything, not only is it going to take a bunch of time, but it also inevitably compromises the aesthetics of the email by a lot, simply because the skill set required to do that is just like so much higher and takes like 5-6 hours more to actually do it like that. And everyone that comments giving me hate about the whole HTML thing, what they do is literally they drag like a button by default from Klaviyo, change the colors, and that's the thing that they use, and they use like native text blocks. Their emails, long story short, looks like shit. So that's why we've traded aesthetics and branding for a little bit of load speed delays on the email front, but long term, it's gonna give you better branding, better results, and it's not really gonna impact deliverability if you manage everything right. So feel free to do it like this, and we're essentially gonna upload the rest of the creatives, and we're basically good to go, and I'm just gonna show you what this looks like from a preview perspective right here. So as you can see on mobile, this is what it roughly looks like in terms of getting your first order. You can see we design above the fold, so it's like nicely put into your mobile's aspect ratios. Even with the top bar factored in, you scroll down, and obviously we would add the rest of the email all in. And you can even see like the email size is fine, you know. Send a test to your email, and you'll be able to go ahead and exit and put this live. So that's essentially how to actually build out the content for a customer win-back flow inside of Klaviyo. In this video, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to build out the customer review flow for your e-commerce brand within Klaviyo. Now, what the customer review flow essentially does is it sends an email requesting for a review to be captured once the customer actually receives the order. So there's a few apps that you can actually use to leave the reviews through. For example, like Luke's, Judge Me. Klaviyo now has their default review series as well. There's also like a bunch of different apps to essentially capture social proof, right? Most brands that I work with use Luke's simply because they have like nice like uploading features for generating reviews and stuff. But basically, I'm gonna show you guys how to build the native one inside of Klaviyo, but the principles and the triggers and the contents are gonna just basically be the same across the board. So I'm gonna dive into a screen share, show you guys exactly how to build it out, and then I'm gonna show you in a content example that we did for this brand called Lola Lashes. So let's dive into it. Now, first things first, you're gonna wanna go ahead into Klaviyo, go to the flow section, and you're gonna wanna search create a review flow. So you just type in review, and you're gonna pick the standard one right here. So I'm just gonna do a plethora, and we're gonna do review collection flow demo, and we're gonna go ahead and hit create a flow. Now, by default, the dynamic segment for leave a review is already uploaded. However, if you're using an app like Luke's, if you search the review section, you'll find a trigger which is gonna be from the Luke's app as opposed to the Shopify app, right? So whatever app you're using, just find the relevant trigger, click the flow template, and you're gonna be brought over to a screen something like this. If you're using the default Shopify and Klaviyo one, it's basically gonna be based on fulfilled order trigger. However, if you're using one by Luke's or another app, there might be a trigger called eligible for app review, or like Luke's review or Judge Me review, something along those lines, right? But essentially you wanna make sure the trigger is correct, and the profile filter is set to fulfilled order 0 times, and also placed order 0 times as well since starting the flow. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit cancel on that, close, boom. And by default, there's gonna be a 14-day time delay. However, obviously, if you're drop shipping, right, you wanna sync this time delay to whenever you expect the customer to actually receive the order. So to be on the safe side, I'd probably set this if you're drop shipping to more like 20 days, or even 14 days is okay, but if you're using Luke's, by default, in order to be eligible for a review in the app itself, you can set the time delay. So set the time delay there, and then you can remove this time delay pretty much as well. So in terms of the email content itself, by default, it's gonna look something like this as the actual content. Obviously, we don't wanna use this template because, let's be real, this template looks like disgusting, right? So essentially, we always design everything in Figma and then place the review section right here, or leave like a section for the dynamic segments, right? So the section that I'm gonna show you guys how to build out is gonna be essentially off of this template right here. You can see the font that we use is a Gotham font, but I'm just gonna select something that looks relatively similar inside of Klaviyo. So pretty much when it comes to the reviews section, you're gonna wanna leave a discount incentive in order to motivate people to leave a review. In terms of the discount incentive, you can either do it in the form of a flat percentage off, or you can do it in the form of a gift card, you can do it in the form of free shipping next order, anything along those lines. It doesn't really matter, or even a free product with your next order. You can kind of play around with the offer variation depending on the brand and depending on like your margins, average order value, etc. But first things first, we're just gonna slice up the email like we always do in terms of generating the slices. So obviously, because we're using the first name as a personalization variable, we don't actually want to slice up this section because we actually need to go ahead and create that inside of Klaviyo itself. But everything else we can kind of, templatize pretty much. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and do the two slices, slice 1 and slice 2. As always, we're going to export this as a JPEG, export slice 1. So we're going to call this LL review flow, so RF 1.1. Export this. Slice 2, we're gonna export this as a JPEG again, export slice 2. So we're gonna call this LL review flow 1.2, there you go. So once the two slices are imported, you're gonna go ahead and go inside of the Klaviyo template, delete the irrelevant segments. So we're gonna keep this obviously, and we're gonna keep this, delete these as well. Boom, delete, delete. And we're gonna go ahead and drop in our content blocks in terms of it being an image. Gonna go ahead and upload image, boom, upload 1.1 for the RF flow, boom, there you go. So now that you have this section, we're gonna customize the text section, and then we're gonna go ahead and modify this review section a little bit to sync up with the brand colors. So first things first, we're gonna center the text as it's already done, and we're gonna go ahead and just copy over the text over here. So it's gonna be hi first name, hi first name. We're gonna add the personalization variables in a second. Hi first name, and we're just gonna do @Lola Lashes. Lashes, we prioritize customer experience. Thrilled with your recent purchase. And I'm not gonna copy all of the text because that'll be kind of boring. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do a time lapse of me just copying everything over. So now the text is uploaded, we're just gonna center it, make sure the font is aligned, Century Gothic, boom. We're gonna make this slightly bigger, add some padding to the side, so we're probably gonna add 40, just to center the text a little bit more, maybe 60, let's do 60, boom, there you go. And then we're gonna add some personalization variables, so we're just gonna add this, and we're gonna add personalization, and we're gonna put name, first name, default, call it friend. It's never really gonna have anything, so any significance, so we're just gonna put that. @Lola's Lashes, we're thrilled you've chose our, and we're gonna add more personalization in terms of the item. So we're gonna call it order type. We're gonna just highlight this text color to be whatever the original color was gonna be. So that's gonna be this color right here, selected, and we're gonna make this bold as well. There you go. So now that's done, essentially we're gonna go ahead and customize this block right here. So now we're gonna customize the items that they've actually placed. Obviously you can see the review link is actually in green. We don't want it to be in green. We want it to be under the brand color. So essentially go over to the text section and you can change whatever color you want it to be. Change the product titles to be the font of the brand itself. I'll be honest, the customization options here are slightly limited. That's why most of the time we actually design everything in Figma, except obviously with the review block, because we can't necessarily predict what people actually order, we use the dynamic segments in here. But once you customize all of the text, colors, etc., that you're then gonna drag in the second block right here, which is gonna be another image block, upload the image, LLRF2, boom, and that's basically that. Now, in terms of the review link, it's basically copying the link address from here and copying it in here as well. Alt text, leave a review now, boom. And then for the top bar as well, we're gonna also add this right here. So essentially, once a review is left, you want to create like an automation that automatically delivers the discount code to the inbox of the user in like subsequent emails. But pretty much this is how you would go ahead and create the review emails. Now you can see, obviously it's populated by another brand's product because this is like a demo store that we use for a lot of our clients. But basically this is what it's essentially going to look like. Once you send a test, make sure everything is good. The file size is not too big in terms of it only being 40 kilobytes, that's fine. You're gonna wanna go ahead and save and exit. Now, if you were using like a Luke's Review app, you can also add a profile filter in the flow filters section, which basically once someone leaves a review, you exit them out of the flow, so that way they're not receiving like the subsequent reminder emails that you would have go out 2 days after the original email. So just set this to 2 days. And basically in subsequent emails, it's basically a reminder for people to leave a review if they haven't already, add the dynamic segments, give them some product recommendations, as well as add like some urgency essentially to the actual review itself. If they leave a good review, then you want to deliver the discount code right here and just basically thank them. And then if they leave like a bad review in terms of it being 3 stars or less, then you want to send them a different email basically confirming, hey, you've left a review, but we understand that the experience might not have been up to scratch and that the feedback is like really valued by the brand, etc., etc. You also, it depends on like the average order value. So obviously with this being a relatively low ticket product, you don't necessarily want to have people reach out, etc., etc. But like if you were selling something, let's say $500 above in terms of average order value, then you might want to get your customer service team to actually reach out to see if there was any problems with the order, etc., highlight them in like your CRM, that kind of stuff. But pretty much this is actually how to do a reviews flow. Hey guys, so in this module of the free email marketing course that I'm doing for e-commerce brand owners, I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how to build out the sunset unengaged flow, which basically automatically cleans out your mailing list for your Shopify brand or WooCommerce brand, wherever your brand is really hosted. So that way your list health is good over the long run and your deliverability is like on point, right? So I'm going to jump into a screen share now. I'm going to show you guys how to build out the segment inside of Klaviyo, give you some content ideas, and also show you guys how to actually build out the flow itself inside of Klaviyo. So first things first, you're going to want to go over to the list and segments section and you're going to want to hit create a new segment. Obviously, because this is a demo account, like there's not actually going to be anyone in this specific segment, but we're going to make it anyways so I can show you guys the definition. So name it unengaged segment, right? And then we're going to do someone who has or has not done received email is at least 20 times in the last 90 days. So by the way, with these like how many emails and how many days, you can kind of customize it to the frequency in which your brand sends. But I'm just going to give you like some fairly general values that we like to include. But obviously you want to tailor these to your own sending cycles, schedules, etc. Next filter we want to have, and make sure it's an and option, is someone has or has not done open email 0 times in the last 90 days, or you can do this as 180, 120, it really depends. So in this case, I'm just going to do 120 to symbolize 4 months. Clicked email 0 times in the last 90 days. And someone has or has not done started checkout, checkout started 0 times in the last 90 days. And we're also gonna do is not a customer in the past year. Someone has or has not done placed order 0 times in the last 365 days. Because obviously if they're already a customer, you wanna keep them on the list for as long as possible, right? So with these filters in mind, essentially you could just hit create a segment and the segment is basically done. So once we send these sunset unengaged emails, if they engage with them in any way, whether it be an open or a click, they're automatically removed from this segment, right? So what we're gonna do is now I'm gonna show you guys how to build the sunset flow. So you're gonna go ahead to the flow section, create a flow, and by default, so for the template itself, we're gonna use the standard variation as opposed to the customer versus non-customer section because we already filter for that, right? And for the trigger, we're gonna select the segment that we just created. So I'm gonna name this plethora sunset, right? Boom. And by the way, it says the prerequisite for this flow is to build a sunset segment. If you want some additional help in terms of defining the segment, you can click into this article to figure out kind of like what's right for you. But pretty much the segment is already created, so I'm just gonna link it up to the right segment, hit create a flow filter, and this is basically done. So now you'll see that by default, there's gonna be a smart sending variable right here that is enabled. You can go ahead and keep that one on actually, because these are unengaged subscribers. If they've received an email recently, they can kind of like, that campaign itself can be used as like a sunset email, right? So we wanna keep smart sending on for both of these templates. And then in terms of the delay, keep it as 1 day, 7 days, it's completely fine. And the 5 days, you create a profile property, basically tagging them as unengaged, right? So once they have the unengaged tag, you can then create a segment filtering specifically for people with the profile property where unengaged equals true, export them as a list and clean them out every like 90 days or so. So pretty much what you wanna do here is then you're gonna wanna start uploading the content after you customize the subject line and the preview text, right? So in terms of the content itself, the templates are fairly standard. It's basically like a goodbye message, right? So it's kind of like a breakup text or whatever, the equivalent of. So the first email is fairly straightforward. It's just like, hey, it's been ages since you last engaged with our emails. So instead of, just like giving you guys another generic informational email or content-based email, here's just like a simple straight up offer in case you wanted to come back. If not, that's totally cool. We'll leave the unsub link here, etc., etc. So basically, the whole point is to get people to re-engage with your emails themselves, right? And also provide a pretty heavy discount incentive for people to come back and repurchase from you guys. So in terms of the template itself, you're gonna wanna go ahead and click Edit Template. You can do this as a design-based one or a plain text one. By default, Klaviyo uses kind of more of a plain texty type of email to remove any images, etc., to like boost deliverability. But pretty much this is a very generic message that you could stick with, but we're gonna upload our own template in here as an agency. One of the things I do wanna highlight to you guys, by the way, that I forgot to mention just now is in terms of the subject line, you can really get like every trick out of the book to get people to re-engage. One of the most relevant ways to get people to re-engage is just doing the reply to type of emails in the subject line, because that makes it seem like it's from a real person, making people more likely to kind of open the email pretty much. And then also in the sender name, instead of using the brand name, you can use like a real founder's name, etc., or even just like the sender address in here. You can use the sender name, add a preview text, make sure use some tricks when it comes to subject lines in terms of the reply to, or you can make everything lowercase. That also is proven to do quite well. So you could do RE still here, or like just RE unsubscribe even, right? Something along those lines. It just obviously make the subject line relevant to the actual content itself. So with the subject line like this, I wouldn't actually match it with a design like this. It would be more so of a plain text email like this one right here, right? So once this is basically done, you're gonna wanna go ahead and go into the email itself and hit edit email. And you're just gonna export this as like a slice, as we always do, right? So for example, the slice should already be created. So we're just gonna go ahead and find the relevant slice right here. Slice 1, export this as a JPEG, boom, so we'll call it TUI, sunset 1.1, something like that, right? So we're gonna go ahead and save, export the rest as slices as well. If you want to learn how to actually build out the email, inside of Klaviyo, I have a tutorial that's already been uploaded to the channel as a part of this free course that I'm doing. So you can find the playlist to the free course in the description of this video, where I basically cover all of the various blocks that you would essentially use to build out the email itself. But I'm just going to demo one of the blocks as an image block just for the sake of time. But basically, you're going to want to go ahead and upload the image, click TUISS 1.1, boom, and then you're going to upload the link address of the actual website, add some alt text, which is basically like something like, here's a gift for you. Thank you for reading the email, something along those lines. It doesn't really matter, honestly. The alt text is just good deliverability practice to essentially have in the actual email content itself. And then we're going to go ahead and upload this dynamic discount code. So we're going to go ahead and drag in a text block where you can kind of like customize the discount, etc. For this instance, we're using a dynamic code. However, a lot of the time for the sunset flows, we want to make sure the discount code is pre-created within Shopify and call it maybe like goodbye 15 or like goodbye 10, goodbye 20, whatever the discount is. In this instance, we're using a 15% discount just so that it's very easy for people to spell, as opposed to them needing to like highlight the text, copy it over to Shopify to in the checkout section to actually get the discount, right? We want to minimize the friction in that process as much as possible. So once this is done and the email is essentially uploaded, you're going to want to go ahead and exit from here. Pretty much for the rest of the blocks is kind of the same scenario in terms of like just uploading it from Figma through slices. If you want to learn how to use things like the table blocks, the split sections, etc., please do watch the module where I break down how to actually upload every single individual type of email block into Klaviyo to make your emails look nice and professional. Now, if you're looking at these designs and you're feeling a little overwhelmed in terms of like ideation and stuff, you can actually get this template of flows that we've done for 10 brands. If you sign up to my mailing list, I'll send you guys this as like an opt-in bonus pretty much to this Figma file where it has a bunch of templates for the various flows that we've done for clients in the past. So yeah, just go ahead and sign up to my mailing list. I also send out weekly e-commerce and email marketing tips to help you grow your brand. So that's pretty much that, right? In terms of getting the content uploaded. The second email is basically, hey, this is really like final call. We're not going to email you anymore. And from there, they're unengaged, right? So once the email contents are uploaded, you can stick with the current time delays. That's actually not a problem at all in terms of waiting 1 day, setting the time delay to a fixed time. And I would just change this to the local recipient's time zone. That's all good. And from here on out, you can go ahead and create the unengaged property. You can leave this one as default because what you're essentially going to do is you're going to go over to listen segments. You're going to create a new segment for like cleaning purposes pretty much. And you're going to call this unengaged equals true, right? And you're going to go ahead and select properties about someone, and you're going to go ahead and find the unengaged property. Now, obviously, because this is a demo account, we don't actually have any unengaged subscribers. So this custom property wouldn't actually come up. But when it inevitably does come up, you just want to set it to equals, and you're going to want to put true. There you go. So once this is done, you're going to want to hit create a segment, and every kind of like 30, 60, 90 days, whenever you really have the time, you're going to want to go ahead and then just clean this segment out. And the way you do this is by going into the segment itself. So for example, like this one right here, the unengaged segment, and you're going to need to convert it to a list first. So you're going to export this as a CSV, right? Once you export this as a CSV, you're going to want to go to the profile section and you're going to go to view suppressed profiles, and you're just going to go ahead and import, right? Hit import, upload the CSV, suppress everyone. and you're good to go. Hey guys, so in this module of the free email marketing course that I'm putting on my YouTube channel, I'm gonna be teaching you guys exactly how to fix your deliverability. So if you're a brand watching this, it probably means your open rates are not where you want it to be. In this video, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to fix that. So I'm just gonna jump into this presentation that I've made real quick about fixing deliverability. I've done about, I think, 2 or 3 videos on this in the past, but this video specifically, I'm just gonna show you the simplest method and the principle around fixing deliverability instead of giving you like the higher level stuff we do that is more efficient, but it's kind of complex. There's like decisions that you have to make and that kind of stuff. Whereas this tutorial is literally for the brand owner that is doing under 150K a month in revenue, and it'll show you guys how to do it yourself essentially, because working with an agency like ours might be a bit expensive for you, right? So let's dive into it. So essentially, just to reiterate the importance of higher open rates, basically you get more views on your email content, which means more clicks, more conversions, more dollars for you, right? So in terms of the solution to actually solve for sender reputation or deliverability, it just comes down to these 4 simple steps, right? You basically want to reduce your sending segments to like a super duper highly engaged segment. And then once you see an increase in metrics, you want to expand to a slightly more broader segment. And then if you see an increase in open rates after that, then you're going to broaden out to a highly engaged segment instead of a super highly engaged segment. And then after that, you're just gonna return to your regular engaged segments. Now, if you go on YouTube or just search around on Google, they kind of have different methodologies, but the principle always boils down to just sending to a really targeted, hyper engaged list, slightly less engaged list, slightly less engaged list, and then back to your normal sending, right? So on Klaviyo's community tutorials, you'll see that they have something along the lines of this, where they teach you how to do the segments in this way. Whereas if you go on YouTube, there's like literally dozens and dozens of deliverability videos, and they all boil down to the same concept, right? Which is pretty much just tighten your sending segments and slowly expand out. There's so many ways to do this, but that's the principle it boils down to. So in this tutorial, I'm just gonna demo you the simplest way Klaviyo asks you to do this. And I'll show you a couple other variations just so that you're aware of them. But it's gonna take literally like 5 minutes, so stick around for this. So I'm just gonna jump into a Klaviyo account right now and show you guys exactly how to construct the segments. So once you guys are inside of Klaviyo, right, you're gonna go to your listen segments and you're gonna hit create a segment, and you're gonna name this something along the lines of like plethora, super duper engaged, whatever you really want to call it. It's mainly like, you can call it like warm up segment 1 or something like that, right? And I'm gonna show you segment 1, 2, and 3 all the way until completion. So the first segment is basically just what someone has or has not done, opened email at least once. There's kind of 2 ways to approach this. Klaviyo's way is based on how many times they've actually opened and then dialing it down from there. And then the more traditional way is based on how recent they've engaged, right? But again, it boils down to, you have a big list, you start off with like the really engaged part, and then you expand outwards, right? So Klaviyo's way of doing this is you start off by saying is at least 5 times in, let's say, the last 60 days. It just depends on how many you typically send. But let's say you set it at 5 in the last 60 days, right? And that's basically the segment. Now, other variations of this would be something like at least once in the last 14 days. And then once you see a 40% or more open rate on this segment, then you jump into warm-up segment 2, which is gonna be at least once in the last 30 days, and then last 45 days for warm-up segment 3, right? And you see how it's kind of like slowly broadening it out. And generally you want to get at least 3 emails that have 40% or higher open rates within that specific segment before you move on to the second segment. And then essentially you just want to broaden it out until you reach like 90 days engaged, in which case like your sending reputation is basically repaired. That's one way. The Klaviyo's way is basically starting off with is at least 5 in the last 60 days, right, for warm-up segment 1. And then once you get 40% or more for 3 campaigns in a row, then you want to dial this down to 4, and then you want to dial it down to 3, dial it down to 2, dial it down to 1 for each segment, right?
And that's literally it. Now, it's super important that while you're doing this, you turn off some of your flows like your customer win back, your sunset unengaged, your cross-sell flows, review flows, your abandoned products, abandoned clicks, abandoned sites. All of these flows should be turned off because they're like lower engaged flows, right? While you're sending these campaigns. And that's literally it. This entire process should last anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, depending on how bad your deliverability is. So for example, if your open rate right now is, let's say on average 15% or less, it's gonna be more like an 8-week process to fix this. If your deliverability is more like 25 to 30%, it will probably take around like 4 weeks to fix this. But essentially, it just depends on how bad your sender reputation already is. And that's principally how to fix it. You want to start off by sending to a really engaged list and slowly broaden out. Now, let's talk about some longer term solutions to fixing your deliverability in a more permanent way, right? Because if you do this, you get the deliverability to where it needs to be, but your email content persists to be kind of sucky, right? Then the issue with that is, you're gonna end up in the same position, because the reason why your sender reputation went down is because your content is not very engaging. People don't really like reading it, people don't like seeing it, either that or you're sending way too often to an unengaged list. So to maintain deliverability from a long-term trajectory, you want to only ever send campaigns to your engaged segment. So let's say that would be open email at least once in the last 90 days, right? And then maybe once or twice a month you can send to a much wider list. Let's say once a month you send to your whole list. That's completely fine to re-engage some of the subscribers. The second thing that you want to improve on is the actual content you are producing and sending to your list itself. So an example of this would be something along the lines that you guys see on screen. The left is the before, the right is the after. You can see the differences in content, right? Like the content on the left doesn't look nearly as good as the content on the right. And that's basically a sample that I did for a brand that's looking to onboard with us literally 2 days ago. And just by doing this, we doubled the average revenue per campaign. But also there's some stuff that we do on the code side of the emails that also help prevent it from going into the promotions tab and that kind of stuff. But essentially, you kind of get the idea, right? If your content sucks long-term, you're gonna end up in the same exact position again. So long-term prevention is basically only sending to engaged segments and making consistent improvements to the content side of your campaigns also. Oh, what? You're still here? You just finished the course and you haven't booked in a call yet? Well, bro, I hope you've taken some of the action steps I've given to heart, because they really work. Look, this brand, they did $9.4 million since March, and we did 4.3 from emails for them. And you can tell this is our stuff because, all of the accounts got my little agency's name tag next to it. So yeah, if the content doesn't really convince you, I'm out of options. But we get results, and if you're not doing emails as effectively as we are, you are literally burning so much money. I'll let you decide what to do with that information. See you soon.